It was the visitors Bangladesh who landed the early blows on day one of the opening test yesterday. West Indies, though, found steely resolve in the form of Mikhail Louis and Alec Afanese. Their century stand tilting the balance in the home team's favour. But both fell frustratingly short of maiden test centuries as the Tigers clawed their way back to parity at the close of day one. The balance of power shifted to and fro in that opening day's play. We are ready for day two of this first test between the West Indies and Bangladesh. The action coming from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. A ground that is wonderful and bathed in sunshine. Thank you very much for spending some time with us here on a Saturday morning. And as we mentioned, after Bangladesh won the toss and elected to bowl first on day one, the West Indies progressed to 250 for 5 at the end of that opening day's play. The highlight was the 141 partnership between Afanese and Louis. 2 wickets for Taskin Ahmed, the most successful bowler for Bangladesh. As we said, it's sunshine bathing this ground. Alongside me, Atar Ali Khan, the former Bangladeshi batsman. Samuel Badri is here with us as well. Atar, we start with you, and the balance of power as we enter day two would be whose?
I felt after those 2 wickets at the fag end of the day, those 2 set batters to see them get dismissed in that fashion, Bangladesh will feel it. I feel even Stevens at the moment, to be able to see there was this big partnership, and if they had stayed on, perhaps West Indies would have that advantage of 2 set batters coming back in and batting one more time on day 2, but that didn't happen. Bangladesh will be pleased to see them, but they'll be a touch disappointed in terms of perhaps they could have taken a few more wickets, because the first 2 sessions were difficult to bat, and they survived that period without losing too many wickets. Even Stevens, as far as I'm concerned.
Let's talk a little bit, Samuel Badri, about Mikhail Louis and his highest test score so far of 97.
Yeah, career best from him, and he demonstrated tremendous restraint and patience in that innings. And then as he got set, he was able to explore his full range. And at the end of the day's play, he mentioned something that's very interesting, that there was that self-doubt. But having played this type of innings, there is confidence, there is self-belief, and there is a sense of belonging for Mikhail Louis at this level. Pity, obviously, that he couldn't get to that century, that maiden test match century. And I suppose the most disappointing thing about all of that was the manner of the dismissal. So he'll no doubt reflect on that. But a wonderful effort from him, more so from the time that he spent at the crease and the way that he was able to construct that innings. Very pleasing for him.
Slightly opposite, I suppose, in method was Alec Afanese, who got 90, started off a little bit more riskily after.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember him trying to play a really big shot at the first ball that he faced, but he took his chances. But when he realized that it was difficult to bat on, perhaps a word or two from his partner who was batting from the other end, just to take some time, ensure that if you do get set, there will be opportunities for him to score runs. And he played some lovely shots when he did get set. Again, disappointing not to get over to that 3-figure magical mark, but he was very good. Yeah, that's the ones that were defended, quite keen to defend it, the blue ones, but look at those attacking shots. Quite a few. He did try to attack early on, but when he did get set, it started to come from the middle part of the bat, which is very pleasing for any batter.
Yeah, so many good things to pick out of what those 2 young men did, and so many learnings there as well. Let's hear from Alec Afanese, because a little bit earlier, Nikhil Uttamchandani caught up with him.
Alec, on day 2, first of all, let's look back at day 1, 90. Let's start at the beginning of your innings. We saw you come out with quite an attacking intent. Give us some reasoning behind why you decided to go that way.
Well, I think playing before, like, I'm naturally aggressive, like, you know, and I think that I never really give myself a chance, you know, playing how I really wanted to play. Yes, it was a bit here and there, but I mean, I would rather go down that way than trying to stay in and fend off.
And when was the time in that innings, because you gave up a few chances early and you're not, but when was that time where you felt you found your rhythm and tempo?
I think it was just after tea, where I understood the conditions a bit better. When I just came, obviously I had to assess, but I was trying to show my intent early, trying to get them to push the field back and then make it easier for myself.
How did Mikael Louis complement the way you were playing in that partnership?
I think he gave me some solidarity at the other end. Me knowing that he's at the other end and he said that I could play my natural game. So I mean, yes, he batted a bit. He was a bit compact and a bit slow at up front, but I mean, he catches up very nicely.
Second time you've been dismissed now in the 90s in Test cricket. Alec, what do you think you've learned from a day like yesterday?
I guess you have a lot more time than you think. Normally, when I get close to milestones, I like to get there quickly because I mean, it's a bit nerve-wracking for me. But I mean, like we saw yesterday, you have a lot more time. The other guys came in and still got close to 20, 30 runs, and I was just needing 10. So I mean. Right now it's just about us, just like you said, forgetting about yesterday, trying to build on yesterday and come in and do well today.
All right, keep learning.
Thank you.
So much to pick out of that wonderful interview there. Nikhil talking to Alec Afanese a little bit earlier. Well, Alec talked about the testing nature of the surface. Let's find out now whether it might evolve or change on day 2. Sir Curtly Ambrose out in the middle with Samuel Badri.
West Indian players going through their pieces behind me as we're confronted with a sunlit Saturday morning here in Antigua. We saw 3 distinct passages of play yesterday, with the final one being the most productive for the West Indies, 134 runs being scored in just the 30 overs. I have alongside me Sir Curtly Ambrose. Sir Curtly, it was a good end for the West Indies in terms of runs scored, but it was a tricky start, wasn't it?
It certainly was. As we predicted, it was very seamer friendly. And if you look at how the seamers bowled yesterday, on the first day, they went past the outside edge on numerous occasions, never had that element of luck that is not necessary. Today, I believe, could be very similar.
But the new ball, the second new ball, only 4 overs old. Do you think that the Bangladesh fast bowlers can get similar assistance early up?
I believe they will. When you go down a bit closer, as you look, you can see a few ball marks around this good area. That's exactly where they got to concentrate on. It still have some moisture in it. It's not as dry as we anticipated. I still believe that there'll be some seam movement, especially with the new ball. This first session could be key.
It will be key. We look forward to another captivating day of Test match cricket.
Thank you very much to Sir Curtly and Samuel for working so hard in the sunshine. Atta is still with me. There was something in the pitch, and I think we all attest to that. Taskin Ahmed was the man who caused the most tremors in that morning session. How good was he?
I thought he was really good. He's worked hard with his fitness. He's lost playing a lot of matches in the past, but once he does get that new ball in his hand, he's on the money right from the word go. Couple of wickets for him. I thought he could have picked a few more, because he hardly gave anything to the batters to free their arms. Have a look at his pitch map on day 1 from Taskin Ahmed. Lovely line and lengths, and look, not too far away, not too much width of back of the length was the key when he picked up those wickets. He tried to pitch few short pitch deliveries, but the most impressive part was he bowled stump to ensure the batters play each and every delivery. Just would like to touch a little bit on Shariful Islam. I thought he was brilliant, especially from Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He was swinging the ball. He was the most economical. I thought he was very, very unlucky not to pick up a few more wickets there.
He probably could have started at the end. He finished on. He got more swing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. What was interesting for me as well yesterday is how much the ball spun. Even with the second new ball, which was, 3.5 overs old, which will come again this morning, the ball gripped in the surface yesterday. And before play this morning, we saw the West Indies part-timers, I would call them, Casey Carty, bowling his off-spin. You had Alec Afanese, who bowls a little bit in domestic cricket, and Kavem Hodge. I just wonder how much of a part they could play later.
I think they realized the fact that they might have missed a trick there by not picking up a frontline spinner for West Indies. Looking at the surface, and especially on day one, you really don't see the ball to turn. But yeah, then again, if you have them, make them bowl.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, Atta. We'll hear much more from Atta and all the other commentators a little bit later because we're not too far away from the start of this second display, and we really are looking forward to it. Hope that you are looking forward to it here as well. You've got Graves and De Silva to resume their innings after this break, closer to live action.
Welcome to sunny Antigua for day 2 of the first test, West Indies against Bangladesh. It was an intriguing day 1, filled with action. The pendulum swung back in favor of the two teams. Craig Brathwaite went early after seeing off a new ball threat. Mikael Louis, Alec Athanaze put on 140 runs together, and a small 50-plus run partnership between Hodge and Louis as well. But Bangladesh, on each side of those partnerships, were able to pick up a couple of wickets in quick succession, which has kept them in the game. And 250 for 5 is where we reached after 84 overs on day 1. Yeah, we did have 4 overs yesterday with that new ball before a slight drizzle came in and some bad light ended play. Joshua De Silva did get a start. It's been hard to come by for him, the runs that is, a couple of 50s this year, but his other scores have been in single digits. And Justin Graves, very early in his test sojourn, also seeing off that new ball and being able to score against Taijul Islam, that one boundary in his 5th innings. And Hassan Mahmood put in 18 overs yesterday. Yeah, started from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end in his first spell. Throughout the day, transition to the Sir Andy Robertson, where he might better be suited with that strong easterly breeze coming across, but opting to go back to this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Not many people in the world have an end named after them. It's an honor to have the great man alongside. Good morning.
Good morning, Dickel. Hello, everyone. It's a blistering day here at North Sound in Antigua. as players are all ready to go.
Yeah, may have just brushed the pad on the way through. But hint of that early movement. Ball is only 4 overs old, but also a very strong easterly breeze taking the ball into Justin Graves. They're thinking about it. The heady captain. Time has elapsed.
Well, that's an early wake-up call for the umpire, Nickel. Just rushing the strap of the pad. Can't fault the fielders for appealing. There certainly was a sound.
Nice timing. First delivery was the scramble seam that came into Graves. That one looked to be the seam up that went away. Yeah, just brushing the pads.
The flags are fluttering in the breeze.
A nice end to day one with this partnership, which is now 25. It was really a credit for the West Indies that they were able to put in the time and grind in the first 2 sessions. Mika Louis obviously led the way. It was well supported by Alec Athenes in a bit more aggressive approach, but hovered around 2 runs and over for the first 2 sessions, and then the last 30 overs yesterday after tea, they were able to get 130 runs and score at 4.5 runs per over.
Umpire Nathan Menon. 28 test matches for him at the moment. And then, of course, the highly experienced Kuma Damasina. 86th test match for him.
That's the ball that's given him trouble, the one coming into the silver. Great use of the seam from Hassan Mahmood and skill. He has reviewed it. No bat involved. He's on his toes there, De Silva. He'll be hoping that because it's hit him above the knee roll and it's a harder new ball that is going over the stumps.
Anxious wait for the Silva, West Indies wicket keeper. And that's confirmation. The finger goes up and the Silva has to go. Not the start. He's not a happy man. But once that dreaded finger is raised, you have to go. He's gone for 14, 253 for 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, the West Indies have lost their 6th wicket. Gone for the silver, Eben LBW to Hassan Mahmood. The West Indies 253 for 6.
Couldn't have asked for a better start, Bangladesh, early on day 2. Alzari Joseph, very capable with bat in hand. Got that 86 against New Zealand back in 2020 in Hamilton. A couple of months later, got 82 in Mirpur against this Bangladesh team in Feb 2021. Wicket in the over. They're off and running, Bangladesh, 253 for 6. Early setback for the West Indies. 300 plus totals have been a challenge for this batting lineup. Yeah, I was just wondering if he was wide of the crease there, Mahmood. Didn't look too wide, but it's a tactic that teams, and England especially earlier this year, have used against Joshua De Silva, where they've been wide. Mark Wood, I remember in England, very wide of the crease, with that scramble seam delivery that comes back into De Silva, targeting leg stump and the pads. I think Gus Atkinson did him a few times as well in that series, and disappointment. No review lost, of course, because it was umpire's call. Taskin Ahmed, couple wickets yesterday. Front end of a good length, both Brathwaite and Casey Carty did bowl the short ball at times, but with this new ball, we want to be full, bringing those 4 slips into play.
Tucked away to backward square for easy 2. He's in good form, Justin Graves. Had a wonderful regional Super 50. Over 400 runs, and of course 3 back-to-back centuries. Never been done before. There are a couple of other guys have scored 3 centuries in that particular tournament, but never back-to-back. And I'm quite sure he would like to transform that form into this test match and get himself a decent total, not only for himself, but for his team.
The first slip coming out. After that tuck into the leg side. So, well, they've now shifted. So third slip is out, 2 slips and a wide gully.
Still a decent surface, Nickel. Had a good look at it earlier today and still have a bit of moisture in it. It's not very quick, but there's some moisture. Still see movement. Good covering of grass. It's a good cricket surface up to this point. Very, very refreshing to see. And why I said it's a good cricket surface is that there is help for both pace and spin, as we've seen yesterday. But if the batters apply themselves, they can score runs. And that, to me, is a good cricket pitch.
Application, and Louis said it yesterday after today's play. He felt first hour and a half or so there was a spongy type bounce. It was on the slower side, and once they were able to get past that, it started to come on a lot better. And we saw the evidence in the third session where the West Indies scored. Misfield, so valuable runs. Every run now into the lower order is very valuable for the West Indies. 257 for 6. Hassan Mahmood starting with a wicket. Worked hard yesterday throughout the 3 sessions. Nicely played and great sound off the bat. And just gets into the boundary.
Going for gold, Mahmood, but drifted into leg stump. And Joseph played it very well. He runs away and trickled into the boundary.
He really bats himself as an all-rounder. Joseph constantly in the white ball West Indies teams, constantly having discussions, him and Matthew Ford arguing about who is the better batter and all-rounder. Well taken. Hassan Mahmood again. Bangladesh again. What a start to day 2 this has been.
Good delivery. Pitched on a good length. Bounced a bit. And Alexander Joseph looking at the edge of his bat. Good shape, trying to play it on the onside. And that was a great catch by Zakir. Jubilation for Mahmood. Despair for Alexander Joseph. He's gone for 4. West Indies 261 for 7.
The 7th wicket, that of Alexander Joseph going for 4. Caught off ball of Hassan Mahmood. West Indies 261 for 7. In at number 9 for the West Indies, Kima Roach.
Kima Roach. Justin Graves just told him that ball just held up massively. Just heard that through the stump mic. So definitely will take some time to acclimatize, and in the past he's been stubborn against opposition bowling lineups. He's made them work hard. We'll need some of that application this morning.
Beautifully bowled. What a good delivery to the new batter. And this was the dismissal. Good delivery, good length, bounced a bit. And look at that for a catch. Very, very well done. Good cricket all around from Bangladesh. What a start for them. 2 quick wickets. And suddenly the West Indies are under pressure. Only Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals to come. Kima Roach, the man on screen, can stick around for a while. He's not one of those batters who's going to try and take you apart, but he can stick around.
And what we've seen in 2 deliveries today, folks, is why Hassan Mahmood has been Bangladesh's most prolific seamer this year. First wicket, using the scramble seam delivery to attack the pads and stumps of De Silva, and then the conventional seam up going away from Joseph. He has been so good with the seam position this year and outfoxing the very best batters in the world. He really has been part of this fast bowling revelation that we've seen in 2024 from this team. Probably the leader of the revelation. This could be another one. Milton Menon says no. Is it doing enough? Is it doing too much and missing leg stump? Mahedi is confident. We'll have a look again.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Donfield decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Yeah, appears to be no bat involved. Can we confirm with Ultrash, please? Yes, keep rolling, flat line, and there is a gap between bat and ball. Roll it up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Waiting for the ball tracking, Nitin. It's coming up now. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wicket umpire's call. Stay with your original decision. Stand by.
Not out.
You're on screen.
One umpire's
Please,
call
thank you.
going against the West Indies, one helping them. But the skill of Hassan Mahmood on show. Another menacing over. Bangladesh have started this morning really well.
I'm quite sure that part of the discussion this morning, or even last night, if they did have a meeting, was to try and get some quick wickets this morning. Dragged back quite a bit as well. They all went up, but to no avail in the end. Umpire's call. Well, Nickel, we won't talk about the umpire's call because you know how I feel about that, right? My good friend Ian Bishop and I had many discussions about it. He's trying to explain to me how it works. But since I'm a little bit slower than most people, I still haven't grasped the idea of how it works. But to be frank, I don't want to know.
I wonder if it was in the game when you were playing, if it would cause jubilation or despair for you, because you're a tall guy and you would get a lot of bounce. So maybe sometimes a lot of those wickets that you were given would be going over the stumps or clipping.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, Nikhil, because I was going to say the opposite of that. I suffered a lot because of my height. Umpires kept telling me, oh, you're tall, the bounce is going to go over, even though the balls are keeping low. I would have taken 600 wickets, to be honest.
.405 test wickets, and you still want more. Some people like me don't even have one.
No, but I do like the technology. You know, it makes the game a lot fairer because umpires only got 1 or 2 seconds to make a decision. We have the benefit of the replays. And to be honest, most of the times we're not sure ourselves until we see the replay. It's a tough job being an umpire. So the technology really helps.
Nicely played. And in this new role for Justin Graves, one thing that Jason Holt has done for a number of years, batting at 6 and 7 for the West Indies, has been marshalling the low order. And it's a skill, something we've seen Shivnarine Chanapal do over the years and many others, but it's a skill to know how much you can trust certain batters, how much you need to foster the strike, and obviously try to score as well and push on the game. But if I know Roach and the two to come, both Seals and Joseph, so currently they'll want as much strike as possible.
.264 for 7 at this time. Not what the West Indies would have wanted, losing 2 early wickets. But the flip side to it is Bangladesh are quite happy to have done so. I would love to dismiss the remaining 3 batters as quickly as possible and get out of this hot sun.
Coming off the pad, but is 4 runs and 4 more runs to the tally. 268 for 7. Partnerships for the West Indies yesterday. We'll be hoping that Justin Graves can do the majority of the scoring, but can be well supported. Fast bowlers deserve a raise. All bowlers, really. Mahmood. last night. So currently watch Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, Hazelwood battle their way in the hot sun after bowling and doing their job to try to get Australia to a position. Then had to come back and bowl again, and now today again. Bowlers having to do their job.
I've been in that position many times before, representing the West Indies. And you wouldn't know, but my good friend Bish would. I was never happy. And I talked about it in a very kind way. No, but it's never easy. You know, as bowlers, you bowl teams out pretty cheaply. You expect to at least get probably 2 days off to put your feet up, energize yourself for the second time around, only to be back in the field the very next day. It's always an uncomfortable position to be in. But, and that's part and parcel of the game. It happens. We as bowlers never liked it, but we got to get on with the job. Beautifully bowled. Where did that come from? What a delivery. You will notice it was angled in towards Justin Graves. Look at the seam presentation and then left him. That was beautifully bowled.
Mahmood and this bowling attack will be well aware of this position that Bangladesh are in and how important it is to be clinical. A couple of times earlier this year, think back to Sri Lanka at the beginning of the year, Andre Adams, their center screen on the left, bowling coach. They had Sri Lanka in all sorts of trouble in Sylhet earlier this year. Allowed them to get back into the game with their low order. 57 for 5 allowed them to get to 280. India 144 for 6 and they scored 376. Just touch, delicate touch involved. Slowish outfield, but Graves gets value for that shot.
He is a player in form. Just a little punch, all timing. And even though the outfield is a little bit sluggish, had enough on it to take it to the boundary ropes. He is looking good, Justin Graves.
Takes a single, so will retain strike. Nice management from Graves, 273 for 7. Taskin Ahmed starting proceedings today. Shoreful Islam, who began from that end with the new ball yesterday. Haven't seen him just yet, the left arm seamer. Maybe will replace Mahmood from this end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he bowled well from, using the wind. But just building on that point in the last over, Andrew Adams will be motivated for his bowling attack to be a lot more clinical. Was very animated in discussions earlier this morning before play. wind and different seam positions. Times they went cross-seamed yesterday, Bangladesh. We'll see more seam up now with this newer ball. I have a bit of insight for you, Sir Kirtley. Did you know that both bowling coaches, Andre Adams, James Franklin, who's standing in for Sean Tate in this series, both bowling coaches from New Zealand, both played for New Zealand at the same time, a few games, 8 ODIs together, Franklin and Adams, and a couple T20Is, 16 years ago.
So one could say they're both looking for a little bit of a bragging rights to see who comes out on top.
He's been with the white ball teams last year and a half or so. Now this will be a different challenge for him. But very small world. Two guys both played with each other almost 20 years ago and now find themselves battling in a series as coaches.
Strange things happen. I retired from international cricket 24 years ago. You weren't even born, Nikhil. And here we are, commentating together. Funny world, huh?
Nice, nice. We saw that short ball yesterday at times. And just to show you how funny the world really is, not only is there all that history with Andre Adams, he also has West Indian roots, Guyanese and Vincentian parents. The world gets crazier.
Interesting. Guyanese and St. Vincent parents. And lives in New Zealand. A long way from the Caribbean. Strange, huh?
Need to find out what made his parents move from the Caribbean all the way to New Zealand. They bypassed the entire United States, the United Kingdom. I'll do my research and get back to you, Sir Kirtley. I know you always have me doing the hard yards in the sun.
Well, of course. You're a young man, very passionate with what you do. So I can always count on you to dig up some stats and get me information. You got to look after the old man, Nikhil.
Partnership building nicely. 274 for 7.
Couple wickets falling early this morning on day 2. West Indies started 250 for 5. They've added 24 runs. It's been a really good start for Hassan Mahmood. The length, the pace that he's bowling with, and his general control has been exemplary. Continues from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end. Ever so often, though, he just strays down the leg side. But when he gets it right, creates some problems for the batters. Alongside me, Atta Ali Khan. Good morning, Atta. Early wickets is what they were after. Early wickets is what they got.
And he's not even in the attack. Shoriful Islam. Morning, Samuel Badri. Morning, all. It has turning out to be a good morning for Bangladesh. Exactly what they would have discussed. And they produced 2 wicket-taking deliveries. They need to pick more.
Yeah, as we suspected, there still is some assistance in the surface. Remember, this ball is the second new ball, so it's still relatively hard and firm just into the 11th over. But it's a high skill level from Hassan Mahmood. What a start he's had in Test match cricket. 5th opposition he's playing against in only 8 Test matches. But he's shown that proclivity for taking big wickets. Kemar Roach has shown the stickability, the ability to bat time and to just stay out there with more established batters in the past. He's one of those who doesn't really think about scoring, but just surviving. He wouldn't really give his wicket away. That's what you want to see from your lower order, that fight. And because as a bowler, he'll know that it's difficult at times to prize the opposition out. So you don't want to be giving any wicket away.
Yeah, he's been exceptional. He's been a revelation, Hassan Mahmood. But the thing that you've pointed out, Samuel Badri, is at times you've seen not just only him, but the rest of the Bangladesh seamers going down the leg side. That needs to improve. And if they can improve that, they'll probably trouble the batters even more on a surface which has been very good for seamers, especially with the new ball.
Directed but easily in. Kemar Roach. I just want to make absolutely sure.
TV umpire to director, we have a review, umpire review for run out at bowler's end. Can you show me the side on angle, please? Yeah, bat is grounded before the bails are off. I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, comfortably in. Just trying to make absolutely sure which is all good. A good bit of fielding though. Substitute fielder in. Bullseye. Something that we've spoken about in the lead up to this test match is the frailty of the batting lineups, both teams really. We'll discuss that a little bit further. 276 for 7. Yeah, that third column there, the wickets column, 2 of them falling quite quickly this morning, something that the West Indies didn't want. Their 2 set batters fell late yesterday afternoon, and so the last recognized batter in Justin Graves. He has a lot of work to do with the bowlers now. Only twice in 2024. And that's the first one. Joshua De Silva, not for the first time, dismissed in that manner. And then Alzari Joseph, one that bounced on him. 13 times in his test match career, Joshua De Silva has been dismissed LBW. It's something that teams look to target, that front pad. Mahmood with a couple, Taskin with 2 early yesterday, Tijul and Mehdi with 1 apiece. And now we'll see Tijul into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
TJ.
On target, he'll be looking to bowl wicket to wicket generally. Mentioned a little bit earlier, only twice in 2024 has the West Indies managed to score over 300 in their first innings in Test match cricket. Not too far off the mark here. But given what you've seen from this surface, how does this score at this stage look?
I think these are important runs on the board because it's not been easy for the batters to score freely. And if they do get past 300 or 350, it'll be a very challenging first innings total. Remember, you mentioned it earlier. Problems in the batting for both the teams. Lichun Kumar Das behind the stumps will probably need to be at his best. As once he gets going, once he gets set, we'll have to wait and see what number he bats, because there's no Mushfiqur Rahim, probably in the middle order. The problem is the top order. How do they cope up with the seamers? Yep, but you got to hit it to the West Indian batters. Yes, no Nazmul and Shanto, the skipper. A second grade tier. Shakib Al Hassan not available. Few senior cricketers missing out. So it has been a good effort from the batters, especially on the surface where there is quite a lot for the seamers and even for spinners.
A new dispensation of Bangladesh batters getting opportunities in this test series. 278 for 7.
Just look at this squad, this 11 playing 11 for Bangladesh, and have a look at those averages. Momin ul Haq, yes, he's gone past 4,000 runs. He's averaging just above 37. So it's a relatively young team, inexperienced team. But it's about time. It's about time the likes of Mahmudul Hassan Joy, Zakir Hassan, to make an impact with the bat. Shahadat Hussain Deepu also coming back in. Yeah, they would rely on players like Mominul Haq, Lichun Kumar Das and Mehdi and Miraj. But it's time to fill in the big boots. They have an opportunity. We always say that, yeah, we're missing the services of senior campaigners. They're not going to play forever. Great opportunity for the youngsters to make an impact. Yeah, not dissimilar to the West Indies in terms of their makeup.
lots of inexperience in their batting lineup. This man on screen, for instance, just a couple test matches under his belt, made his debut earlier this year in Australia, but on the back of a splendid regional listed tournament. So in the infancy of their careers, as you so rightly mentioned, and will be looking to forge a long career at the highest level. Excellent delivery. Taskin replacing Hassan from this end, the Circuit Lee Ambrose end. Operated on the opposite end previously. And that's the area he wants to be. Just angling in and holding its line. The batter has to play.
Yeah, when we saw Hassan Mahmood given an opportunity to bowl the very first over, we had a little bit of discussion off air. Myself, you, Courtney Walsh, and we all thought that perhaps a better choice would have been someone like Shoriful Islam. But Hassan Mahmood proved us wrong by picking up those 2 wickets. Still no signs of Shoriful Islam. I thought he was the pick of the bowler. Yes, Taskin Ahmed among the wickets. But once he's bowled from this end, from Sir Curtly Ambrose end, Shoriful Islam looked very good. I have to wait and see when he will be introduced. They've already introduced spin from the other end, from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And they brought back Taskin Ahmed from this end. There you go.
Yeah, I was always saying Hassan Mahmood should start from this end, Arthur.
Yeah, after he took those wickets.
Yeah, just to go back to that earlier point, it's the first time in a series that they don't have the services of those 3 players who served Bangladesh cricket with distinction for a long time, Shakib, Mushfiqur, and Tamim Iqbal. At least one of them has featured in a series before. This time, though, for the first time, neither of them is in the squad.
Yeah, I think Mushfiqur Rahim makes such a big impact, especially in the longest format of the game. Certainly will be missing his services and the rest of them.
Opportunities for others, like you mentioned, 278 for 7. Second time against Bangladesh, 2 West Indian batters falling in the 90s. And Nkrumah Bonner and Joshua De Silva, previously 90 and 92 respectively. This time around, Mikael Louis and Alec Arthanes. Couple injuries for those aforementioned players, Arthur.
Yeah, that happened during that series against Afghanistan recently, played in Sharjah.
Oh!
Nazim Hussain Shantu, the skipper, injured. Second grade tear, groin. Mushfiqur Rahim, fractured finger.
Yeah, just a little bit of spin got the better of him in the deep. Look at the reaction from Tijol, wanted a better effort. He's hitting into the wind, and that's precisely what he's saying there. I think that he needs to be off the boundary because the ball won't travel as far in that direction. There's a healthy wind factor today. Couldn't do much about that one in terms of the catch because of where he was positioned. Well watched in the end by Roach. 280 for 7. A little bit too short, but there was some turn. Something that would enthuse Mahdi Hassan, Miraz, and Tijol. No spinners, no frontline spinners for the West Indies, remember. Yeah, I mentioned batters dismissed in the 90s for the West Indies. We go back to 1935, Seeley and Constantine. And then there are other very famous names on that list. Michael Louis and Athanaze, well, their names emblazon that list now as well. Gordon Greenidge was out in the 90s in both innings of a test match twice. In 1977 versus Pakistan in Georgetown, Gordon Greenidge made 91 and 96. And then in 1980 against New Zealand, 91 and 97. 50th anniversary of his debut along with Sir Viv yesterday, 1974. 93 and a century he scored on debut in Bangalore. Wonderful career he's had. Stalwart of West Indies cricket. After Ali Khan, I don't think that Alec Athanaze and Mikalu will feel too bad, given the fact that someone like Gordon Greenidge was dismissed twice in the 90s in the same test. Twice.
I think more important for them is to feel a little bit more disappointed to get into the 90s and not converting and getting past the 3-figure mark. Well, they will be disappointed, but they're in the elite company for sure.
Sorry. A wonderful company indeed. I just wonder how those two young men slept last night, knowing that they were that close to something special. In the case of Michael Louis, the first man from St. Kitts to play Test match cricket for the West Indies. And Alec Athanaze, who got dismissed for 92 a little bit earlier this year against South Africa. Michael Louis said something quite noteworthy at the close of play yesterday in an interview about that self-doubt and that breakthrough performance that gives you the sense of belongingness. Now that he's gotten that close, he feels more at home and more at ease in this setup at the international level. through the gap. Will not get to the boundary. Soft hands from Kemar Roach. Joshua De Silva, I mentioned a little bit earlier, got dismissed LBW via that LBW route on 13 previous occasions, and this is his dismissal types in the last 3 years. So bowlers generally target the stumps, target his pads when he is on strike. And you can see there 6 times he's been dismissed against seam with that ball on that line. Overall, 21 times either bowled or LBW in his test match career. Something that he will reflect on and I'm sure try to remedy. Roach wants 2.
I just feel if you have that kind of a struggle when the ball is on stumps, you got to change the technique. Just need to wait and play a little bit late.
Takes the single, wants to, does he? No, it looks as though he wants the strike, Roach. 286 for 7. All smiles. What a delivery. Top delivery from Tyjul. The pace at which he's bowling generally at on this surface is allowing him to get the grip and the bounce.
Yeah, all it needed to get some part of the bat. Lovely delivery from Tyjul Islam.
A couple deliveries ago, angling in and then turning prodigiously. Good seam position. Such a skillful bowler. And this is what Kemar Roach has to be conscious of, the one that goes on with the arm. Because of the one spinning away from the bat, you might be tempted to play outside the line of the ball for the turn. And then the ball runs on and strikes you in the pad. LBW, that's what Tyjul has done so well over the course of his career.
I also feel that perhaps it's time to introduce someone like Shariful Islam. Been an hour now. We haven't seen him yet, but I know this. You spoke about the one that comes back with the arm. That's the one, and he's played it nicely.
Well watched by Roach, made an over. 286 for 7 hours play on day 2. An opportunity for the Blue Waters drinks break.
Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua, the West Indies have moved from 250 overnight to 286 for 7. Justin Graves still there on 28, not out, with Kemar Roach, who is on 10. They lost Alzari Joseph and Joshua Da Silva. In the hours play this morning, Da Silva LBW once again. Hassan Mahmoud has been very good, showing his class. Struggled a little bit on day one, then he got rid of Alzari Joseph. So that second new ball, which was just under 4 overs old at the beginning of the morning's play, Courtney Walsh, proved to be decisive.
Yes, he used the new ball pretty well. Got those 2 early wickets. Himself fantastic over the bowling. But I think after the drinks break, we will see another bowling change with Sharaful coming into the attack. But I think the morning so far, I would say probably even Stevens losing 2 wickets, getting those runs. But look at this beauty there, Antigua. It's the place to be. I can attest to that because I'm residing here now at the moment, Bish. But what a lovely place. The beaches are beautiful. And the only place I'll say better than this is probably Jamaica, and that's because I'm from there. But it's a wonderful country to be in. Look at the setting, that whenever the tourist comes, you're always happy. And what I love about the island is the peace and tranquility.
We're very fortunate here in the Caribbean, to be honest. Some real jewels in the Caribbean chain. Shariful Islam finally given a burst this morning, and from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he swung the ball prodigiously at times yesterday after his initial spell from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's a nice punch shot. In all of this, the solidity so far of Justin Graves has been quite impressive. Highest test score of 33 in Australia in January this year. Left out of the team after that for the tour of England and the series beyond, but with recalled because of the absence of Jason Holder.
Well, home for Christmas, and this is what it looks like. We're in Antigua now. Next stop is Jamaica. Then there's St. Kitts, and then there's St. Vincent. So the second test match will be in Jamaica, November 30th to December the 4th. Then we move on to St. Kitts, 8th, 10th, and 12th for those cricket lovers. And then we go move on to St. Vincent's, 15th, 17th, and 19th. So get your tickets and come and support. What do you make of the play this morning, Bish? I believe that even though he got the 2 wickets, they probably bowled from wrong ends in terms of how they bowled yesterday, and if you're going with the breeze. But I know Mahmood got 2 wickets. Taskin looked a little bit more threatening from this end. I was surprised that Sharaful is only now coming into the attack. I expect them to bring him in a little bit earlier with the early start, with the natural swing that he had.
Coming round the wicket now. Yeah, I'd agree with you. I'd assume that Hassan Mahmood likes to bowl from the end that Shariful is operating from now. But when Taskin started at the opposite end and then came and bowled from this to Curtly Ambrose, and I thought that was the time to get Shariful into the attack. You're absolutely right, because of the wind direction, which helps him shape the ball back into the right-hander from outside the off stump. Deep point in play for the last couple of overs. Kemar Roach has made a niche for himself, Sir Courtney, nearly call you Sir Kirtley. Over the years, people think that he can't score. He's taken opportunities before, 37 or 49 against Bangladesh in 2018. 41 of 60 against New Zealand in 2012. 38 at better than a runner ball against India right here in 2019. But he likes to spend time short mid-wicket. Whatever the team requires him to do with the bat, not to mention ball, is what he tries his best to do. In this case, forming a partnership with Graves. 291 for 7.
Tajul to continue. This partnership going on pretty nicely. As you mentioned earlier, Ian, Roach is no mug with the bat, and he does everything the team requires. He always puts his best foot forward. So don't expect him to just give his wicket away. He's going to put a price and a value on it. And he might just be the perfect foil for someone like a Justin Grieve. They are both from Barbados. They would have this good understanding. And Justin knows that once Kemar gets settled in, he's not going to give it away. That will allow him to be a little bit more relaxed. No need to take any unnecessary chances. I think the West Indies would love for this partnership to continue for as long as it can. And who knows, if Justin can get a very good score, then West Indies could be happy. Another easy single. What I also noticed that yesterday we saw a little bit more turn and bounce on day one. We haven't seen much of that, and this is the second new ball. A little bit of bounce, but not much turn, which means the pitch has just flattened out nicely, and it's probably going to be a little bit easier for batting over the next 2 days.
Already absorbed 34 deliveries, Kemar Roach, 292 for 7. Quite relaxing, actually. Beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. Shariful. Accentuating the angle from around the wicket. And I think from Justin Graves' point of view, what he'll be thinking, or what he should be thinking, is I need to be the last man standing when this innings ends. I'm not saying it's going to happen that way, but that should be his theory. Because you've got Shamar Joseph to come, who got 36 on debut against Australia in Adelaide this year. He had a whirlwind knock against England, 33 at Nottingham, 25 against South Africa. Jaden Seals, who together with Kemar Roach put on, for example, a match-winning partnership against Pakistan. Kemar got 30 of those runs to win the test match up at Sabina Park back in 2021. Not as accomplished with the bat, there he is, Jaden Seals, but is working on spending time at the crease. So that'll be the theory, to be there for Justin Graves if and when these other two guys get in. That's the theory. This will be his highest test match score so far in his brief career of 3 test matches, including this one.
And as you rightly say, he should be thinking that, I have got to be here. I would say he's the captain of the tail, batting at number 6, the all-rounder position. So he needs to be there. He's in charge of the rest of the batters coming behind him. And as long as he enforces that with them, they should be looking to survive and stay with him and give him all the support.
The innings underlined by the 140 between Afanase and Louis. 34 ongoing. The 3rd highest of the innings so far between Roach and Graves. As a captain, you could even attack Roach a little bit more, get a short leg in, or get someone closer to the bat, just to put a seed in his mind that you're being aggressive with him. Get a leg gully in, give him the thought that they might be coming short at him. Nice swing from Shariful.
Yes, that's his speciality, Shariful. Get that swing. But as you mentioned, I think he's only got 1 short ball at him so far from Taskin. But here is a swing from Shariful. And notice it's over the wicket as well and not around that he does to Greaves. And just that late bit of swing. If he's getting that swing, then there's no need to go over the wicket, I believe, to show the angle. Because the angle is going to bring it in and Justin will be expecting that. But if you can get that late swing from over the wicket, that's what you want.
Two straight and valuable leg byes for the West Indies, which takes them to the cusp of 300. 299 for 7. De Silva and Alzari Joseph went in the first hour's play. If you've just joined us. But since then, Roach and Graves have forged 38. Important partnership after those 2 wickets went down quickly this morning.
Very important partnership. Roach looking very solid. Justin Graves, the man in form. Had a couple of back-to-back hundreds in the 50-over tournament being played recently. The finals is today. On account of his form, he's been brought into this team and he's showing his just cause. passing his highest test score, looking very comfortable, looking compact. And I remember seeing him as a youngster way back in 2011. I thought he was the real deal to be a genuine all-rounder. He used to swing it at pace. Not as quick as you, but at good pace.
I think even then you're being generous with his pace, to be quite honest with you, because I remember coming back from tour early in his career and seeing Justin opening the bowling for Barbados, batting down the order. Hasn't bowled as much in recent years in T20s or list A games, even in first-class games, but he had a back injury a few years ago. Don't know whether that's had an impact, but he wants to bowl. He loves his bowling. 300 came up for the West Indies with that single. Leg slip in position.
What he did when I saw him in Australia and for the Youth World Cup, the swing that he was getting was unbelievable. Good pace off the wicket, and you know he could always strike a good cricket ball. Unfortunately, he got the injury.
It's a shot that Taiju wanted Roach to play. Go back top edge. If he bowls it straight enough, get the outside edge and bring the slip in play. Good control from Justin Graves on return to Test match cricket. 302 for 7. Hassan Mahmood with 2 wickets in the first hour's play this morning on day 2 of this Test match. 2 wickets for Taskin yesterday in the first session of day 1. Wicket apiece for Taijul and Mahidi Hassan Miraz, who is into the attack now, replacing Shariful just a couple of overs. Just started to get some swing as well, but talked about Justin Grace quickly. The other thing he brings is leadership. He's been around the circuit for a while, around domestic cricket, and he has that. That's one thing they talked about in Australia. Excellent fielder and good in the dressing room, but he has to now negotiate this spell from Mahidi Hassan. His field should be a couple of runs.
I always found him to be a good leader of men from back in those days. Craig was the captain of that team and John Campbell was the vice captain, and to me he was the third in charge. He was in charge of batting and bowling in terms of field placing at times, where he batted in the team, and just how he composed himself. So he is a leader of men, and it's just good to see him back in this team.
Talk to me a little bit about that. When you were captain of whether it was Jamaica or West Indies, how much value did you feel about having a player with those leadership characteristics in your unit?
Very good, and I'll go to the Jamaican one quickly. When I was the Jamaica captain, I had Robert Samuels and Delroy Morgan as 2 other guys who were more or less in charge of batting, and they would look after the team. You didn't have much to do, and then you have Nehemiah Perry, who was always up for it, sort of, working with the bowlers. It wasn't just because you bowl fast, you need to work with a fast bowler or whatever. And that to me helps, because then you can focus on your own personal game. You can look after the team and you can sort of give support. But when you know you have good deputies or good players who are going to come to the forefront, it makes your life as a captain a lot easier. They will look after the petty things that needs to be doing, and you can focus on the main event.
first time Kima will be facing Mehdi Hassan in this inning, so he has to negotiate the short leg, the leg slip come leg gully, and the short mid wicket. Love it, Courtney. Love it that you captain for so many years domestically and the West Indies. You see Jasprit Bumrah and Pat Cummins captaining international teams. All power to the bowling captains, in my view, fast bowling captain.
100% agreement, Dish. I agree with you. Most people say they don't think bowlers or fast bowlers should be captain, but why not? And especially if you can get the job done. So I was happy to be a part of it and to be one of. It was a proud time for me to captain the West Indies. And it's good to see Bumrah and Pat Cummins leading as well.
Tim Southey led New Zealand. He will play his last test match not too long from now. 305 for 7. Always say that the bowlers have to do everything in the game. They have to bowl, they have to field, they have to bat. The batsmen lazily walk in there, stand at slip, bat only, and field and nothing else, most of them. My former captain when I played very early in my domestic career, Phil Simmons, and a very good friend of yours when you played for West Indies together. Very good friend.
Very, very good friend. We played youth cricket together. And then went on that England tour in 1982. And we have been very, very good friends ever since then. Big Phil.
Got friends everywhere because in the West Indies camp, you've got a number of guys in the coaching setup that you were responsible for mentoring and playing with. Andre Coley, you know very, very well, and Jimmy Adams, who you played with.
Yes, I captained Jimmy for a bit in the Jamaica setup. Remember when he was injured and they didn't want to select him, I had a personal call with him. I says, if you can bat, are you happy to play? And he was happy for that. And our respect got better ever since then. And put him at step to field because he couldn't run, but he's going to score me 100. So we, very good friends. We got on pretty well. Andre Coley didn't play a lot for me with Jamaica, but we played club cricket on a couple of games and the same.
What I was pleased about was that you saw two guys there. Phil Simmons, who was an opening batter, and there's Andre Coley, the head coach of this team. Phil Simmons at times bowled quite decent pace. Jimmy Adams, his left arm spin, 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. Good fielder, both of them. I only say that to say this. I'm a long-standing lobbyist for top-order batters to continue bowling in every format of the game, and I was so happy to see Casey Carty, Alec Afanese, and to a lesser extent Kavem Hodge, who generally bowls in domestic cricket anyway, bowling this morning in the warm-ups.
It gives the team more option, and I used to always emphasize on that. If your top batters can bowl and bowl you a couple of overs, it's going to stand you in good stead whenever called upon. And it's also giving them to practice their skill, and they will also learn a little bit more about batting because it's something you're working on. So I'm happy to see that. Oh, that's not a bad one. The first one that probably did a little bit. You'll get a single for it. It's 1-0. It's 307 for 7.
Why should Kemar Roach and Ian Bishop and Courtney Walsh, who has a highest test score of 30, be bowling your heart out, then have to come and work on your batting, do your work in the field, and batters just turn up and think that's all they have to do? Let's share the responsibility around. Very good. Still a little bit of purchase there occasionally for the spinner. Leg slip and short leg will be keen. Couple of leg buys.
And for people who don't realize or recognize or remember, Phil Simmons, when he was head coach of the team, Andre Cole was one of his assistants as well. So it's good that they're both head-to-head in this series. I remember, I think in Australia, Andre was doing the fielding coach. So it just shows how things can evolve. Now they're both head coaches of two different teams.
So the global coaching carousel goes. Courtney Walsh coached Bangladesh at one point. And I hope that what Roach continues to do with the bat is an example for Shamar Joseph, who I think has potential, great potential with the bat. Jaden Seals. Mehdi Hassan himself, I remember when we did the Under-19 World Cup in 2016, he led Bangladesh to the semi-final. A charismatic smile. And that's the pressure of just having the leg slip and the short leg in place and the ball spinning and bouncing occasionally into Roach, forcing the big shot with a deep forward square and long on in place.
And that's exactly what Mehdi wants. He wants him to have a go, take him on. He's not afraid of the batters taking him on.
Just trust himself, and if he gets out playing that defensive shot with Graves at the other end, trust yourself. Don't give it away with Justin Graves at the other end at the crease. You get a good one, gloves off, bat up, walk off. Stick around with this guy for as long as you can. Session for us without a wicket, unlike some of our previous commentators this morning. 309 for 7.
Spinning operation. It's been a gripping first session here on day 2. Pressure being built by Mehdi with the field. So in the last over, with the guys around the bat, they've got an extra cover fielder catching offside for Justin Graves, who's able to get back for 2 and has been very good in his balance of positivity and being able to score, but also his resolute defense. Really is an impeccable touch last couple of months or so. Atali Khan, hello to you.
Hello, Nicola. Hello, everyone. What a wonderful partnership this is turning out to be now. 50 partnership of 102 deliveries. We speak about Justin Graves. He's moved on to 43. Just a little bit in the air, but away from that field. But what a good role Kima Roach has played here. Jaccarelli retrieving that ball. So full marks to this pair.
bit of risk involved there with the point fielder in the circle. But for the most part today, when he's actually decided to score, Graves, the selection of his strokes and the areas in which he scored in has been quite intelligent. Again, another couple.
Bangladesh did manage to pick up 2 early wickets. I just thought perhaps Shuriful Islam, who has only bowled 2 overs today, could have been introduced earlier on. Super 50 this season has been outstanding. Look at that average. Wow. Best of an unbeaten 151, striker of 898.
Final of that tournament today. Also on ESPN for our viewers joining us there. And Atta, you will know the importance of the domestic competitions. You guys have the National Cricket League, which has been responsible for producing so many. Nahid Rana back in 2022 taking over 30 wickets. So big opportunity for guys at the regional level at home watching this to excel in those tournaments and then make your way into the team like Graves has done. Like Mikael Louis did earlier this year. .316 for 7. Wind has laid on outside the ground. 2 wickets for Hassan Mahmood. He's put in a big workload. Most of the seamers, and benefit of having quality spin where you can rotate your seam options at times throughout the day. Centered around Mahedi and Taijul Islam. And speaking of Hassan Mahmood, after that initial burst this morning, a 4-over burst, 2 for 14. Now returns to the attack with a slightly older ball.
You're very impressive, especially today, picking up a couple of wickets. And you could see the seamers making an impact at the moment they come into the attack. And that's one of the reasons why I feel perhaps Shuriful Islam could have given a bit of a longer run, because he's only bowled 2 overs today. Right, back again, Hassan Mahmood.
Really well placed, and it will be another couple of runs. Graves has been so busy today, and that intensity has allowed him to get to his maiden Test match half-century. 10 years he waited after making his first-class debut to play Test cricket. And he's maximized his opportunity so far in his early career.
He's looked very good indeed. Coming at number 6, knowing the wickets have gone from the other end, he showed a lot of quality. He knows that it's not easy scoring here. He's been patient enough to go and just bat. I think his defense has been outstanding. He's been rock solid in defense. To be able to go and get an opportunity and then have a set target in the mindset. Very impressive indeed. He's mixed it up, hasn't he? Just a couple of boundaries. 11 times he's crossed over for 2 runs, and has 17 singles in that innings of exactly 50 of now 89 deliveries.
That 11 twos. Been very busy at the crease and only 2 boundaries. So probably been a contrasting effort in comparison to guys like Athenaeus, who we saw be very dominant with the boundary scoring. And Graves is showing again the value of spending time at the crease like the West Indies did in the first 2 sessions yesterday. And it got easier and they scored more quickly in that 3rd session.
Yeah, more than one occasion we've seen the seamers drifting down the leg side. That has been a problem for Bangladesh. When they've bowled on stumps and are somewhere around the off-stump line, we haven't seen a lot of scoring done towards the offside. But it certainly releases the pressure because we've seen bowlers bowling on the off-stump, keeping the batters quiet, and then all of a sudden, pressure release delivery down the leg side. This is what needs to be corrected. Extra slip gone in now. 2 slips and a gully. The fielder at deep cover point also comes in for Kemar Roach.
Change up in length. And I wonder if the balance out of trying to search for that wicket-taking delivery to Graves and sometimes being a bit too straight. And he's been good at tucking the ball off his hip, paired with his running between the wickets, a bit of aggression late yesterday evening. But for today, it's been low risk and smart cricket in the areas and the shot selection.
This is a very good contribution to ensure that not only you get past 300, with this partnership looking very good, we'll be eyeing to get as many as possible.
Nice finish to the over. 319 for 7.
And that's the line of attack that needs to be over and over again.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be trying to get out of this heat. The West Indies will be hoping they continue to force Mahedi to go back to his seamers for 3rd and 4th spells. Today, at least. Now, how creative can he be with the field? We saw Roach almost try to play a release shot with pressure building around him and fielders around him in his eye line. How can they put pressure on Graves? 3 deep fielders on the leg side and nobody behind square on the offside.
Yeah, which gives you an indication as a batter that the line of attack would be around middle and middle leg. Again, an extra fielder probably coming in at leg slip. Few more changes. Just trying to make sure that how can they apply pressure, especially when Kemar Roach is on strike. At the moment, it's Graves. He believes, Madison Mirage, that he can put a bit of pressure by putting in a very strong onside field.
Perhaps it's the benefit of being an all-rounder. You watch Justin Graves bowl at the first-class level and you speak to him. One thing he tries to do with his bowling is create pressure using the field. So he'll place guys in unorthodox positions. He himself, in Australia this year, fielded at a fly slip, which is not a position you see often, with a helmet on. And I guess he will know exactly what the bowler is thinking, being an all-rounder, and that could supposedly help him deal with the pressure a bit better. And be able to capitalize when Mahedi misses his line. Nobody is square or behind square on the offside, so valuable runs and an easy 3.
He's been batting for a while now, Graves, and you know exactly what Mahedi and Mirage is thinking, and he's just waiting, and he waited, and he pounced on that short pitch delivery, just wide outside the off stump. We've seen him already in the Sova. He's defended anything on middle and leg. Yeah, that's well bowled. That is what he's looking forward to. Bit of a grip, bit of a turn, and then those two short in the catching position on the onside.
Three, 2 for 7. Well, you really have to be a strong individual to voluntarily sit in the sun. Atta, something that interests you?
Not really. I'm very happy sitting up in this com box. We've got too much sun back home too. I wouldn't mind if I'm going and watching some cricket in the sun.
Should be another 2. And Atta, you were in India earlier this year. You followed Bangladesh cricket now for a number of years, probably a decade. But this problem for them and their bowling attack of being clinical has been something surrounding them a lot this year. I think back to India series where you were. Ashwin made 100, Jadeja got 86, and Bangladesh had them on the ropes. And they battled back India in that innings and went on to win the series comfortably. You look at their average in dismissing batters 8-11. They're the worst in the world of the test teams. So it's clearly an issue that's surrounding them and they've had to deal with. Cross seam that time. How do they overcome something like that, and how much is it a focus for this bowling attack?
Well, they've been in that spot for a long time, but having said that, they've also been very clinical early on in Pakistan when you look at what they did with the ball. Yes, there were big hundreds from Mushfiqur Rahim and Litun Kumar Das. Remember, 26 for 6 at one stage, and a big, massive partnership between Litun Kumar Das and Mahedi and Miraj. So it's important for them to realize the fact that there will be a period where the batters are going to bat well. So you got to stay patient. And if you stay patient, then you will be rewarded again on a shorter side. So easy pickings. I think they need to show a little bit better discipline in terms of line and length, and hope that they can find something special. Because once the batter gets set, no matter where you're playing, then it's pretty hard to knock him over. I think what they're missing is a genuine right-arm wrist spinner. They have one in by the name of Rishad Hussain, who does play white ball format. But to be able to have someone right-arm wrist spinner to be available for selection in the longest format, oh, I think that'll be a wonderful addition. And just look at this over. It's just been too easy for Graves to pick up runs on the offside, on the onside. So it's important for them to show a better disciplines, as I said earlier. It's about creating pressure, Nikhil. It's about making life a little bit harder for the batters to score runs freely and easily. Try and figure out, maybe if you're not picking up a wicket, maybe try to bowl a maiden over from both ends. That's how you can build a bit of a pressure.
Won't call any names. We have a colleague who is in love with fast bowling, loves it more than anything else in the world, and he muttered at the back of the box, Nahid Rana. Potential extra pace. Hopefully we see him at some stage in this test series, but so maybe that's an option as well, similar to what Mark Wood does for England, where ball gets older, he can use the pitch, whether it goes short or the scramble seam. There he is, Nahid Rana. He'll be doing some bowling probably in about 12 minutes time, in the intervals.
Yeah, 22 years of age and the quickest of the lot.
.327 for 7. Been brilliant partnership batting. Kemar Roach has been resolute in defense, stubborn against these Bangladesh bowlers, and Justin Graves has been able to sustain pressure and score. West Indies fighting along. 109 balls since the last boundary. Wow.
More importantly, they're still there. That's the beauty of Test cricket. Even if you don't pick up boundaries, you can still manage to hang on and build up a good partnership. It's turning out to be a very good one. You can still score runs. Forget about the boundaries, Nikhil. There you go, another single, easily taken. Still feel Shariful Islam should have been on. Should have been on for a longer period of time. As a skipper, this is his first test match as a skipper for Bangladesh, Mehdi Hasan Miraj. And I'm sure he'll just get better and better, given that opportunity more and more in future. Now it's genuine outside edge. Gets past that fielder in the slip. We'll come back for the third more. Yep, again. Not looking to hit boundaries. Still managed to rotate strike.
And 36 runs off the last 10 overs, which is almost 4 runs and over. You think about yesterday, where the top order were batting and hitting boundaries, they still weren't going at that rate. They were going around 2.5. So they're showing you that there are other options, especially with Bangladesh looking for wickets and the field up. There are other options to score, and very good soft hands there by Roach. 3 guys around the bat will present opportunities for Graves and Roach. There's another one playing it very late.
Yeah, good, smart, sensible cricket. What they've done, this pair. They haven't taken any chances whatsoever. They don't need to. Seven minutes or so for lunch.
Wonder if they continue with Hassan Mahmood for a third over in this spell before lunch. Do they go maybe Taskin or Shoreful again for a short burst?
Just a bit of a misunderstanding. Roach thought that it would just gone past that fielder.
Another 5 runs from the over. Good from the West Indies. 3-3-2 for 7. And Kemar Roach has really supported Justin Graves well. And Taijul Islam, who's operated mainly from that Sir Andy Robertson, will now replace Hassan Mahmood. Thought it was a nice discussion earlier by Bish and Courtney Walsh about Justin Graves and a bit on his journey. It's not the most conventional journey for someone who plays the Under-19 World Cup. Obviously, he played in that 2012 World Cup with Hodge, with Craig Brathwaite, and then it took him a long time, 4 years before he made his first class debut for the combined campuses and colleges team in the Caribbean. Then he, of course, went on to play for Barbados for a number of seasons and never really found a settled role. 2016, 2017, opened the bowling with Kemar Roach and was mainly a bowling all-rounder, not really batting. Then after that, following seasons, batted 4 and 5 for the Barbados and didn't bowl as much. Nicely played again.
Yeah, this inning should stand him in good stead because he's played, 43 first-class matches. And he averages just 27, 28. But with this kind of innings, it should give him enough confidence to go and do this on a consistent basis. Always handy because as a player who comes down the order, he came at number 6 and getting an opportunity because remember he does not get top order batters to bat with him. He's batting with Kemar Roach. But he's shown a lot of maturity and understanding of what the team requires of him. 335 for 7.
Mahedi now coming from the Sir Andy Robertson. Seen this a couple of times throughout the test match actually, where Mahedi and Taijul tend to alternate the ends. It worked to the dismissal of Mika Louis yesterday. He admitted it after the game, where when he bowled from this Sir Curtly Ambrose, and I know it can be quite confusing with the ends, but when he bowled from the end that we are sitting at, Louis was enticed to go with the spin as a right-hander and with the wind, and it ended up dismissing him. So another way that captains and bowlers try to outfox batters.
I think that's a better line. Even though he's got a couple of closing fielder on the onside, to be able to entice the batter to go and play it on through the offside, and that might just create the gap between the bat and the pad, because there is purchase. Change of angles now, goes round the wicket.
Nice work from Kemar Roach there, just coming down, making Miraz wait, because he understands it's 11:59. So likely to be the last over before lunch. Mahedi would have been rushing to try and get one more. It's been an innings filled with touch play from Kemar Roach, soft hands, and very intelligent batting from the West Indies. They lost 2 wickets very early on day 2, and Justin Graves, with his decision-making and shot selection, has gotten to 63, but do not underestimate the importance of Kemar Roach's role in the 75-run partnership. 336 for 7 at lunch, the West Indies.
Yeah, the second session, 86 runs. Yes, they lost those 2 early wickets. They scored them in a pretty decent rate of 3.31. Hassan Mahmood among the wickets today, but Bangladesh will be disappointed not to pick up more. Thanks to this wonderful partnership of 75 in 142 deliveries, ensure West Indies move on to 336 for 7 at lunch.
Justin Graves will be hoping he can continue where he left off after lunch. The discussion for this bowling attack will be how can they wrap the innings up, something that has plagued them throughout the year. And bowlers will be tiring. Mahmood bowling a couple of spells, Taskin as well. But the important thing was that they dismissed De Silva and Joseph twice in 3 overs. Hassan Mahmood taking both the wickets, but since then Kemar Roach has faced 74 deliveries, doing his job to support Justin Graves, who has found scoring a lot easier as we've gone through the innings. Hassan Mahmood was very good with his seam positioning early this morning with that new ball. Shoreful Islam bowled just the 2 overs in that opening session. Taskin Ahmed started proceedings, given that he got 2 wickets yesterday, and Taijul and Mahedi have done the majority of work over the 2 days with their 51 overs between them, both picking up a wicket apiece. It's been an exciting first session. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll analyze it.
At bright sunshine here at North Sound. West Indies have progressed to 336 for 7. Graves not out on 63, having been recalled to the West Indies team, and Roach on 19. 2 wickets fell in the morning session, and those 2 wickets went to Hassan Mahmood, who's up to now got figures of 2 for 75. Great pleasure to have you with us for our lunchtime analysis here on day 2. Alongside me, Atar Ali Khan and Samuel Badri. Once again, gentlemen, Sammy, just briefly, you'll have to borrow Atar's mic. Just the perspective and the session, how has that gone for the West Indies?
Yeah, I think the loss of those 2 early wickets really set them back. But Justin Graves, and in partnership with Kemar Roach, they've done a relatively good job, solid job to get them into this position, getting over 300. It's not something that we see quite frequently or have seen quite frequently with the West Indies in 2024. Only twice, and I think it's 11 innings, they've gone past 300. So they'll be pleased with that, but still a long way to go in this test match.
I shall have you interview Atar Ali Khan here for the next question, actually, Atar, but you'll hold the mic and talk about Hassan Mahmood and the 2 wickets that he picked up this morning.
Well, that's exactly what Bangladesh would have hoped for, to come in on day 2 by picking up early wickets. That was the order of the day. And Hassan Mahmood, starting from Sir Curtly Ambrose end, did exactly that. There was movement, second new ball, almost 4 old, but this was very good. Yes, initially given, review taken, but stayed the umpire's call, and it would have gone and clipped the leg stump. And this was a brilliant catch, absolutely fantastic catch from Zakir Hasan. Extra bounce, and I thought Alzari was trying to play it on the onside, so just gets the upper part. Look at that catch from Zakir in the gully area. Excellent work, but they'll be disappointed because after those 2 wickets, there were none. And credit to West Indies, but perhaps I still feel that Shariful Islam should have bowled few more, because he only bowled 2 overs in the first session.
I was wondering, actually, because you started with Hassan from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, Taskin from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and then Taskin again from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Was there some relevance or credence to having Shariful come on to replace Hassan Mahmood instead of Taskin from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, we thought, we were discussing it off air, that Shariful should have started this morning with the new ball, given the conditions and given the swing that he was able to extract yesterday. It wasn't the case, but Mahmood proved quite successful taking those couple wickets early. But certainly, when they made the change from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, I felt that it should have been Shariful. He should have been given a longer spell, only those couple overs, as you mentioned there. He looked quite menacing yesterday without success, but certainly with the ball being still quite relatively new, should have been given a few more overs.
Let's jump now to a batting perspective, and Justin Graves recalled to the West Indies team, initially playing in Australia early this January. 63 not out from 103 balls. What has pleased you?
I think the control and the patience that he's exhibited, he's busy at the crease. He's coming into this series on the back of a lot of good form, 3 consecutive list A hundreds. So he's just showing that form and making use of it, but his running between the wickets, his hitting the gaps, and not only relying on boundaries. I think just a couple boundaries he scored, but he's still scoring at a very good strike rate, which is so important. So he's showing that there are other ways in which to score, other ways in which to be successful. And I really like to see someone who capitalizes on the form that they have, and certainly registering his maiden test match half century is a pleasing effort on his part.
And I want to pick up on that graphic that we just saw with the breakdown of scoring. This is a bee in my bonnet. I don't often do this, but I get really annoyed when I hear us talking all the time about there hasn't been a boundary, and you talked about it this morning, in test match cricket for 40 balls. This is test match cricket.
Absolutely.
This is not T20 cricket.
Huh?
if you go 40 balls without a boundary or without a boundary.
Absolutely.
That's not unknown in this format.
That is absolutely fine because even if you don't pick up a boundary, you can still go and score runs. Look at this partnership and take nothing away from Kemar Roach. We know how well Justin Graves has batted, but what about Kemar Roach? His role with the bat. Forget about the boundaries. His intentions were to ensure that he would hang on, just hang on.
75 from 142, the partnership.
Absolutely, and to be able to find someone who's willing to spend time. Remember, too early loss of wickets, not easy. Not easy for Graves, not easy for Kemar Roach, but it's a wonderful partnership, and that's exactly what you want to see in Test cricket. Forget about the boundaries. If you're still there, they'll be able to score runs, and you never know, 100, maybe, why not, for Graves?
19 from 74 deliveries for Kemar Roach. And probably after lunch, I want to, because there was an instructive interview this morning with Alec Afanese, very well done by Nikhil Uttamchandani, where Alec said there's more time in Test match cricket than you think. No need to rush it, which is what Kemar is exemplifying over his career and this morning with the bat.
Yeah, and Michael Louis did it as well yesterday in that first period where he negotiated a tough period. And as you so rightly mentioned, this is Test match cricket. We've become so used and on a diet of short form cricket that we're used to seeing those boundaries, used to seeing those sixes. But this is altogether a different environment where patience is the key, batting time is key, and getting big scores. Those are the keys to achieving success at this level. So 400 runs, 450 runs, that's what these teams should be aiming for in their first innings. Kemar Roach, like you so rightly mentioned, demonstrates that patience and really putting a value on his wicket. You don't often see that from lower order batters, but he's done that time and time again.
Let's go to the actual characteristic of slow bowling now and what we've seen from Taijul and Mahedi. We saw so much grip yesterday. Our ball tracking is saying no difference in the amount of spin. It continues today.
You see, when you see a couple of batters, because it's about partnership, when you see a couple of batters involved in a partnership, then things can go a little bit wrong. Have a look at that Taijul today. Started with 3.8, 6.2, 7.2. What does it say? Enough on the surface to be able to pitch it in the right areas. And if you can trouble the batters. I don't think they bowled in the right areas for a longer period of time. Yes, there were deliveries where they asking questions, but there were also loose deliveries. That's the reason why they were looking to rotate strikes, and so that's the reason why there's so many twos and singles from this pair.
What are we to think about that? Put that in the context for me, what we're still seeing and what the West Indies will be looking at with their conglomeration of bowlers later on.
Yeah, so those two spinners who the Bangladeshi have, they need, as Arthur rightly mentioned, to bowl in the right areas for long enough. We haven't seen too much turn, too much in terms of the degree of turn, and that really compounds the problem for the bowlers when they can get some to turn and then some to go straight on. But it was a little bit of a surprise that the West Indies didn't go into this Test match with any spin. We know of the record here at Surviv and the favour in terms of the fast bowlers. We saw the West Indian batters bowling earlier this morning, the slower bowlers, Alec Afanese and Kavem Hodge, bowling some spin. So they don't have a specialist spinner, but I still think that they would be called into action at some point during the course of this match as we go deeper in the contest. So the fast bowlers will have to do the bulk of the work up front, but maybe those part-timers will be called into action at some point.
All right, thank you very much to Samuel. Thank you very much to Atta. More from these two as we go across this day's play and this Test match. But for now, after the break, we will have a special guest here with us talking about many things West Indies cricket. Don't go away. Short break on the other side, more for you. Welcome back once again to the bright and beautiful sunshine here at North Sound Antigua and Barbuda, true Caribbean weather. And let me introduce our special guest, Mr. Linford Inverary, the acting CEO, but Chief Operating Officer of Cricket West Indies. Of course, there's been an addition of new faces, one of them who's going to be very prominent over the next few years, hopefully. Thank you very much, Linford, for spending some time with us. The role, particularly of COO of Cricket West Indies, what's it entailing?
Well, the role of well, first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's been a pleasure. The role, this Chief Operating Officer role, which is a substantive role of mine, is really one geared towards improving the operational efficiency of Cricket West Indies. Now, some people may not be aware that at Cricket West Indies it's more than just about cricket. So we have different functional areas throughout the business. There's marketing, there's finance, there's commercial, and there are a lot of different components that people don't necessarily know about. Now, my job as COO is really to try to streamline each of those departments to make sure that they're all functioning in the right way, on course to achieving our strategic objectives. So it's really knitting it all together.
And in knitting it together, you've got some pillars that you've identified, 6 of them, if we could run through a couple of those, including elite high performance, whether the academy falls under that. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, our elite and high performance pillar is really one that recognizes that it's a high performance system and culture that we're trying to cultivate throughout the system. And that is from the grassroots level right up to the elite men's and women's teams. Now, that pillar is really geared towards ensuring that everyone in the system, from coaches to players to umpires, everyone has a high performance mindset. Now, the academy is a key component in that, because we know that the academy is really a breeding ground for talent for the next generation, which is why it was so important for us to establish not just a high performance, an academy for the men's, but also for the women's team as well. So we have a female academy program as well. And it's all, like I said, geared towards achieving that high performance mindset throughout the system.
We saw some of those young men here yesterday. They were here practicing with the West Indies team. How have you had any feedback as to how they're in a cohort that will be based here for a year? How has it gone?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I was actually at the induction ceremony for that academy program. I've interacted with the players. So far, so good. I mean, they love being in Antigua, based here, getting a holistic sort of support, not just cricket support, but also, you know, on the nutrition side, on the mental skill side. So it's really been a success, I would say. I've interacted with them, like I said. They're pretty excited. I think their inclusion in the CG United Super 50 as well was also something that shows that they can compete at that level, you know. And I know things didn't necessarily go the way that they had planned, but certainly they're showing good signs, and we're definitely encouraged by that.
To get all of that going, of course, takes money. Another one of your pillars would be commercial and financial sustainability of Cricket West Indies and all of those programs.
Yeah, absolutely. And money, one of my directors always says, money makes the horse gallop. And for sure, Cricket West Indies, we need that in order to be financially sustainable, which is why, key to that, we have also appointed a new chief commercial officer, Mr. Rupert Hunter, who is actively and aggressively seeking those additional opportunities for commercial revenues. I think what is key to that pillar too is also trying to diversify the type of income that we're able to attract. I think we've been reliant on traditional means of funding, certainly with opportunities like the CCG. We have a development plan in place for that, where we're trying to establish more opportunities for revenue generation. That plan speaks to having a hotel, having a remote production hub, having a commercial center, etc. And that pillar is all about that type of innovation that will lead to, you know, more commercial success and more financial sustainability and opportunities.
Remote production hub, break that down.
The remote production hub, I don't want to say too much about it at this time, but we're definitely looking at a way that we'd be able to produce the type of production sports-wise at a more efficient cost, and doing it absolutely remotely. here in the region. So that is a long-term plan, something that it's obviously quite ambitious, but it's something that as the details come out, I think a lot of people will be excited about it.
All right, under construction, the fans, of course, would be tuned into the success of they would just on social media in their numbers commenting on the West Indies ODI win against England recently. They wanted more from the T20 team. Fan engagement, how important is that and how is it going?
Oh, fan engagement is absolutely critical to our entire success. The fan is often referred to as, the fans are often referred to as the 12th man. They do so much in terms of bringing that energy and that excitement to the actual game day. So fan engagement is a big pillar for us. I think in terms of sportainment, what fans can expect is for us to build a product around cricket matches. So it won't be just the on-field experience, but fans can expect that going forward, not necessarily for the next series, but certainly for Australia, we're definitely working on having a value proposition that is a lot more attractive for a wider spectrum of fans.
Acting CEO, in addition to Chief Operating Officer, you have a number of areas you feel very strongly about that we haven't touched on. Educate us as to what's uppermost on the agenda apart from what we've discussed.
Uppermost on the agenda is just making sure that we have the structure right. I think key to the success of Cricket West Indies is sort of looking at everything top down, top to bottom, bottom to top, making sure that in terms of the systems, the processes, even the functions that we have, we want to make sure that we're covering all our bases. So key to that exercise would be a comprehensive review of the entire organization, right, and making sure that everything that we implement, everyone that we have in place, they're all geared towards our strategic objectives. You would have referred to some of our strategic pillars, the elite and high performance being one. Secondly, we have facilities and infrastructure. Right. We also have cricket development and participation. We have governance, which is an important one. And we also have fan engagement, which you touched on, and then commercial and financial sustainability. So each of those pillars, we want to make sure that we have everyone in the respective departments 100% dedicated and focused to achieving those.
I can't let you go as we sort of wind down time here. We're so focused, so many fans focus on the West Indies Test team, the 50-over team, the T20 team, and only when the women start to get into action in big World Cups. Just last night I was watching Haley Matthews and Deandra Dutton take their franchise team to the top of the table in the WBBL. That segment of the game, Haley Matthews, Deandra Dutton, involved in West Indies cricket, how is that flowing?
Oh, they've been absolutely brilliant. I mean, Haley is somebody that continues to contribute and to show her value and her leadership. She's just been phenomenal for us. Deandra, it's been good to have her back in the mix as usual. She's fit right back into the team. And of course, she is another world beater that we're absolutely proud to have with us. And I think women's cricket and where the game is going, fans can expect that it will become even more exciting. We're pumping many resources and as much resource as possible into the women's game. And it's definitely something that is going to, equalize in terms of men's cricket.
I can't say how much I respect your media training and your ability to keep things concise. I really appreciate that because we've managed to cover a lot of stuff. We wish you all the absolute best in your role in driving Cricket West Indies and West Indies cricket forward, and I'm sure I share the sentiments of the fans. Thank you very much for being with us. Hope you'll come again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure. It's fantastic to catch up. It was an absolutely pleasure of mine to speak with you. I'm a big admirer of your talent, not just on the field, but off the field now too. So it's been fantastic.
Not often we get administrators younger than myself. So thank you very much to Linford for being here with us. Of course, we have the second session of day 2 coming up. Short break, and we have much more for you on the other side.
welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Northtown, Antigua. It's been a destination for West Indies and Bangladesh teams. And day 2 was an exciting one in that opening session. Let's reflect. Day 2 of the first test, West Indies against Bangladesh. It was an intriguing day 1, filled with action. The pendulum swung back in favor of the two teams. Craig Brathwaite went early after seeing off a new ball threat. Mikael Louis, Alec Athenes put on 140 runs together, and a small 50-plus run partnership between Hodge and Louis as well. But Bangladesh, on each side of those partnerships, were able to pick up a couple of wickets in quick succession, which has kept them in the game. And 250 for 5 is where we reached after 84 overs on day 1. We did have 4 overs yesterday with that new ball before a slight drizzle came in, and Justin Graves very early in his test sojourn also seeing off that new ball and being able to score against Taijul Islam that one boundary.
As players are all ready to go.
They have just brushed the pad on the way through. That's the ball that's given him trouble, the one coming into the silver. Great use of the seam from Hassan Mahmood and skill. He has reviewed it. No bat involved. He's on his toes there, De Silva. He'll be hoping that because it's hit him above the knee roll and it's a harder new ball that is going over the stumps.
Anxious wait for De Silva, West Indies wicket keeper. And that's confirmation. The finger goes up and the silver has to go. Not the start. He's not a happy man, but once that dreaded finger is raised, you have to go. He's gone for 14, 253 for 6.
Nicely played. And great sound off the bat. And just gets into the boundary. Well taken. Hassan Mahmood again. Bangladesh again. What a start to day 2 this has been.
Good delivery. Pitched on a good length. Bounced a bit, and Alexander Joseph looking at the edge of his bat. Good shape, trying to play it on the onside, and that was a great catch by Zakir. Jubilation for Mahmood. Despair for Alexander Joseph. He's gone for 4. West Indies 261 for 7.
The 7th wicket, that of Azhar.
Just touch. Delicate touch involved. A slowish outfield, but Graves gets value for that shot.
He is a player in form. Just a little punch. All timing.
Whatever the team requires him to do with the bat, not to mention ball, is what he tries his best to do. In this case, forming a partnership with Graves. 291 for 7. This will be his highest test match score so far in his brief career of 3 test matches, including this one. 34 ongoing, the 3rd highest of the innings so far between Roach and Graves. Two straight and valuable leg byes for the West Indies, which takes them to the cusp of 300, 299 for 7.
Really well placed, and it will be another couple of runs. Graves has been so busy today, and that intensity has allowed him to get to his maiden test match half-century. 10 years he waited after making his first-class debut to play Test cricket. And he's maximized his opportunity so far in his early career.
He's looked very good indeed.
And it's been an innings filled with touch play from Kemar Roach, soft hands, and very intelligent batting from the West Indies. They lost 2 wickets very early on day 2. 336 for 7 at lunch, the West Indies.
Of the day, 26 overs have been gone, with 86 runs being scored.
Now, this is the West Indies rather first innings effort so far. Justin Graves test best so far, 63 from 103 in partnership with Kemar Roach, who continues to be quite stoic and obdurate. 19 from 74. This partnership, 75 useful runs for the West Indies. And for Bangladesh, a couple wickets early this morning. Hassan Mahmood with those 2 strikes. Nothing else to show on day 2 for any of the other bowlers. Had an opportunity during the lunch break, no doubt, to re-strategize the Bangladesh team with their support staff as to what they can do to prize a wicket. And for the West Indies, it will be an opportunity to start over. Kemar Roach has so much test match experience, and he's been in this position on so many occasions in the past, so he knows exactly what he needs to do, which is just to preserve his wicket. And we'll get runs here and there, but for the main part, just keeping the company of the more established Justin Graves. And what a remarkable run he has had in the last few weeks or so, and carrying on that form in his 3rd test match. First ball, session 2, Taskin. Courtney Walsh alongside me. Cuddy, our colleague Nikhil Uttamchandani mentioned the travails of Bangladesh in terms of dismissing the lower order in Test match cricket, one of the worst averages in the world of Test playing nations. Jake Ali with the gloves. Litan Das not wicket keeping at the moment. Litan is on the field, but not with the gloves. Cuddy, as a former bowler yourself, how frustrating is it when you can get those early inroads, but when the lower order is difficult to dismiss?
That can be very frustrating, because after you sort of get the top half out, you expect or you want to try to sort of wrap things up as quickly as you can. But when you have stubborn partnerships like this one, it's got to be very, very frustrating for both captain and bowlers and the fielding team. Not to mention the coaches inside.
Just wonder if they can perhaps use a silly mid-on and bowl a few short deliveries to Kemar Roach. At least attempt it. Not much pace in the wicket. But you want to make him feel a certain level of pressure.
And just to tap onto what you have said, this is where someone like a Malcolm Marshall was very helpful to me, because he thinks that now is when the batsmen that just come in, they're starting over again. Tasking is ambling up to the wicket. You should be ready and rearing to go to try to get them off surprise. A couple of short ones, but real good pace in your first over.
Yeah, Kemar Roach is peeping on that front foot. It's been an arduous toil for Taskin Ahmed in his 21st over. So you can understand a certain level of fatigue.
Yes, and that is expected, but you have to try to ounce up that little bit of energy and say, okay, for the next 2 overs, I'm just going to try to crank it up to try to get a wicket, because that wicket is important. And then you hope at the other end, your bowling partner will sort of realize, and if it's a spinner or another seamer, try to do the same. And that's how you hunt well in partnership.
Yeah, there you go. And that's the short delivery. And particularly after an interval, had an opportunity to revitalize, re-energize yourself. So the initial burst after that interval is where you're looking to be at your quickest. And as you so rightly mentioned, batters trying to get going again, having to start over. So one short delivery in the over. Very well played from Roach. 3-3-7 for 7. Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals, the other 2 batters to come who can also contribute lower order runs. Can they stick long enough with someone like Justin Graves to get close to triple figures? Mehdi Hassan Miraz from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And he's trusting Kemar Roach. He takes the single of the first delivery.
Yeah, that's very good signs. It means he's got the confidence in Kemar. They've been there long enough. They've been in a very good partnership. It's now 7-7. So can't fault him for trusting Kemar and just keep rotating the strike and keep that scoreboard ticking.
A few fans in Test match cricket in the West Indies during this time of the year is a rarity. In fact, it has never happened before. In the months of October, November, December, so Christmas time, and to see red ball cricket is strange. We're looking to test his patience. Joel Andrew Cuddy, who hails from Antigua, the young West Indian who made his debut recently for the senior team and played for the West Indies on the 19 team. I was reading an article where his mom was sort of naming you as one of her favorites all-time West Indies cricketer. And it wasn't for your bowling, Cuddy. It was for your batting. And those unforgettable leaves. Quite entertaining when you batted, Cuddy.
And that leave alone wasn't staged. It was just something that happened naturally, but it got very famous. Even Viv used to jive me about it when I batted with him. So it was brilliant at its best and something that just pumped me up nicely.
Yeah, we'll never forget those. Veronique Hill, the mother of Joel Andrew, mentioned you and secretly Ambrose as her sort of childhood heroes watching cricket with her dad at a period of time when West Indies did much better than they do currently. Well watched by Roach, 338 for 7. What is he thinking? What are they thinking in terms of where this next wicket is coming from? Pull way in front of square, very confident from Justin Graves. It's a shot that has brought him a lot of runs recently. No one moved.
It seems as if the fielder at deep back of square missed it as well. He didn't move at all. Attempted bouncer from Taskin. Didn't get high enough. Well controlled by Justin Grave. You can see him just rolling the wrist, keeping it down. Hit well, perfect timing. And that's a man in form.
Yeah, and he's playing ball on merit. He's not premeditating anything. If it's short, he plays that shot. If it's a good delivery, he respects it. He's running hard between the wicket. He's looking to take over the strike. There's a change in field. A fielder from slip comes into that mid-wicket region. Joy, the fielder. You put on your captaincy hat, Cuddy. In this situation in the field, what can Bangladesh potentially do to bring about a wicket?
Well, first, they've been out in the field long enough to assess the wicket, what's happening. And I mean, I haven't seen anybody try to do like a variation, a slow ball. I know it's test cricket, but sometimes you got to think about these things, especially when you bowl into the lower half. The minute they see the ball lobbing up a little bit, they want to have a go at it. So maybe to Kimar Road to change the pace, try something different. You got to use your variations.
And maybe some more of those more aggressive deliveries from Taskin. The one that was pulled for 4, just a level off at a comfortable height for Justin Graves. So that time higher, ducked under it.
I know with the feel he's got, there's nothing wrong with trying that. There was a good effort bouncer in that one, and he's got 2-man plays for the Oak. And if it miscued, he's got a mid-wicket in, a short mid-wicket in as well. So not bad thinking.
Yeah, followed up the short delivery with a fuller one. Typical fast bowler's plan. Just a muffled appeal. Height, the issue more than anything else. Just short of the fielder. Threw the shot a little bit too early, Justin Graves.
Well, you can see that one from the release, the scramble seam again, which normally takes pace off it. And that's what I was talking about. You got to use up your variation as best as you can. I think with the scramble seam from Taskin, it's not going to come through as quick as your normal delivery. And Justin Graves just going through the shot a little bit too early. You'd like to see more of that being bowled to someone like a Kimar Roach as well.
Good delivery because it's a dot, means Roach will be on strike for the start of the next over, 342 for 7. Skipper continues. Leg slip, silly mid on, regulation slip, round the wicket. Generally operated in that mid-80s, Mehdi Hassan, during the course of this match. Could afford to be a little bit slower for someone like Kimar Roach. Toss it up a bit more. And ask him to take on the fielders in the deep. What he has is a short mid-wicket. And he has a long on and a deep square leg. So he can afford to flight it a little bit more. Because he has those protections. Huge shout. Maybe doing too much. And they sneak a single. He might still be thinking about the review, but whilst that thought was taking place, he got off strike.
Good cricket by West Indies. Sees the opportunity to take a single. But I would agree with you. I'd have liked to have seen Mehdi give it a little bit more flight. Tempt him to hit into the wind. Definitely would have been missing. Pitched on, but turning. So quite rightly not going for the review. And that's just my opinion.
Hawkeye might just confirm that shortly. So the silly mid-on comes a little bit squarer, and the leg slip goes to deep backward square for Graves.
Good ball, good ball.
Easy single. Have a closer look at that LBW appeal. Pitching in line, turning, and doing a little bit too much. If they got the umpire to raise his hand, it would have remained out. But because he said not out, even if they reviewed, it would not have been reversed. So close. And importantly, they would not have lost the review. Yeah, Roach isn't going to take on that type of delivery with the field he has. 344 for 7. Really trying conditions out there for the fast bowlers in particular. Taskin continues.
Another stifle appeal going down the leg.
Yeah, going with the angle from Taskin. Probably height as well. But I was a little bit surprised that the previous over, Mirage, Mehedi did not go up for it, but as we can see here, going down and height. So no need to question it.
What a delivery. A brute of a delivery, really. Had to play because of the line and just straightening enough to beat the outside edge.
That's what fast bowlers like to see. That's a beauty. Good wrist control and just pitching and moving away, end up missing it a long way. Those are the balls you don't want to swing that much if you're trying to get the outside edge.
Yeah, and that's something that you did with exceptional levels of success, Scotty, over the wicket, angling in to the right-handers, and then the ball just straightening. And because of your release point and your action, batters felt as though they needed to play those deliveries, but then it was just able to hold the line and they got nicked off. But we're still seeing something in the surface in terms of assistance for the fast bowlers. Ever so often, something happens.
Yeah, because it's still doing a little bit, and even with the bouncers, when the effort is put in it, it has good carry still. So good signs.
Yeah, you saw what he was trying to do there. He was trying to catch him off guard with a full fast one, just off target. So it's a good little contest here between Taskin and the batters.
Yeah, that was the attempted Yorker. You could see from his release point as well. He wanted it to go fuller, but just dragged it down the leg side. So execution wasn't spot on, but the intent was good.
Now, this is something that our colleague Ata Ali Khan was talking about. I suppose all test match, the level of consistency for a long period of time. You don't want to just do this for a couple overs or so. You want to do this for an entire hour's play. Each bowler from either end backing up the other. You mentioned it earlier, Cuddy, in terms of partnerships with the ball. Something that we don't often speak about, bowling partnerships. So this has been a good over. Full face of the bat. Couple runs. 346 for 7 now. Just some taping to the finger for the skipper. Really hot and humid out in the middle. I can tell because even in the air-conditioned box in which we're at, we're sweating. There's a nice breeze blowing across the stadium, which will provide some level of respite for the players. Mahedi continues. Yeah, maybe get someone else in that silly mid-off position and get that long on to mid-on and force Kemar Roach to hit over the top. He's not going to try anything given the feel that they have. He's that type of player. He understands his role. So maybe get that fielder in and toss it up and ask him to play a big shot. It's all too easy now for Kemar. And another fielder in the offside, close up in his eye line.
I agree with you, Samuel. You need someone in front of him. He will comfortable just doing that all day. He knows his role. It's to support Justin Greaves. He's not going to take any unnecessary risks unless you force him to by either tossing it up or bringing him under pressure.
Let's change the angle. He's over the wicket now. All-out attack on someone like Kemar Roach should be the way to go. Wants a couple, gets a couple. Kemar Roach.
Just noticed Sheriff Fuller running for that one. Looked a little bit gingerly. I hope he hasn't started with carrying an injury because he has only bowled 2 overs so far today, which seems pretty strange. Here he is on our screen.
Takes the single to retain the strike for the next over. 349 now for 7. Yeah, not dissimilar today from what we saw yesterday. A couple wickets in session 1, 1 wicket in session 2, and 2 in session 3. That's day 1. Should be at least a couple. Running away from the fielder and good running from the batters. They get 3. So today we saw 2 wickets in session 1. Haven't seen any in session 2 just yet. But it's been increasingly better for batting. Historically, day 1 has been challenging here in Antigua. Days 2, 3, and 4 very good for batting.
And it's good. Roach is off strike again. Greaves really batting well.
And for those of you who may be following the domestic list A competition here in the West Indies, today is the grand finale. Jamaica Scorpions up against the Barbados Pride. That game being played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad. The battle for regional supremacy. Have a new champion this year, defending champions Trinidad and Tobago, displeased.
deconstruct this for us, Scotty?
Well, this is Taskin previous over. Beautiful. That's a beauty. Just hitting the right areas. Good bouncer. Attempted Yorker. Nothing is wrong with that. Just the execution. But he's forcing the batsman to play at every delivery in that over. And that's what you want to get done. The trajectory was very good.
And you can see the perspiration on his face, Taskin Ahmed. He's toiled tirelessly, putting in the hard yards. A good shift for Bangladesh. Got the initial breakthroughs for them yesterday morning. Nothing since then. Yep, you can see it's exhausting, grueling.
But he's trying. He's still trying. He's running in. I think, again, another attempted York on the last delivery. This time he got the execution right.
Fourth over in this spell post lunch on day 2 for Taskin. And I'll be thinking of another option from this end, Mehdi, after this one. Possibly Shariful. We've only seen him for a couple overs today. Very good from Graves. He was on the run when he played the shot to retain the strike. 353 for 7. Can't find a way through just yet. Mehdi and Bangladesh, these two have been resolute. Leading edge takes the single off strike. Maybe just try to turn it and close the blade too early. Yeah, just turning that face of the bat before the ball made contact. Yeah, what has stood out in this partnership, Cuddy, and has been quite noteworthy. Partnership with 93 now, 15 doubles, 15 twos. I use the word doubles. Sometimes people might think about food in this part of the world, in Trinidad in particular. So 15 twos and 4 threes. So the running between the wickets has been good, and that commitment to rotating the strike and to keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Just now when you said doubles, I was going to be happy. I thought you had some in your bag you brought from Trinidad, Samuel. I mean, it's a favorite little thing of mine, but you didn't bring me up any. But yeah, that shows that they're good running between the wicket. They have been very sort of on the ball, not afraid of taking the singles and rotating the strike. And running pretty hard between the wicket as well. So it's good to see. a very, very valuable partnership of 9-3. Dominated by Greaves, but well supported by Kimar Roach.
Gets the single. I still think that he should be looking to flight it a little bit more for Kimar Roach and to tempt him to play a big shot. "100 deliveries now he's faced, Kimar Roach. Very good effort. Just showing what's possible on the surface.
Okay.
356 for 7.
Taskin Ahmed. They get back for two easily, a feature of the partnership, and the intensity of running from Justin Graves in tandem with Kimar Roach. Placement superb. Taskin has bowled well in this spell again. He's toiled bravely. Might be coming towards the end of a spell if nothing happens in this over for him. Sir Curtly Ambrose, hello and good afternoon to you. Justin Graves has gone well.
Is going really well. He is in tremendous form.
Every so often, Taskin has got the set batter to probe in that fourth stump, fifth stump line and just grasp the thin air.
Beautifully bold delivery. Justin Graves had to play. Just like I alluded this morning at the toss base, well, not a toss, at the pitch report, that there still is something in this surface for the seamers and spinners alike. It's by no means the quickest surface we've seen, but there is something for the bowlers. And if the batters apply themselves, they can score runs. As we've seen here with Roach and Graves, is a good cricket surface.
Yeah, that leads me to thinking about the West Indies fast bowlers, particularly Alzari Joseph, who had a poor tour of England. By his own standards, went at over 6 runs and over across the series. Hasn't played Test cricket until now, since that tour. Coming off a lot of white ball cricket, how will he acquit himself to the red ball once again? Jaden Seals had a wonderful tour of England and series against South Africa. Can he get the ball to swing? Because he struggled to get the white ball to swing. He's caused problems. He's asked questions, Taskin Ahmed. Each way movement.
That particular delivery, just sliding down the leg side. This was a couple of deliveries ago. The one that Justin Grave played at and missed. Well, tell me about that, Bish.
Indicative of a little feather through to the keeper 3 balls ago. I think Taskin might have seen it on the big screen, just a feather. Wasn't a big scraggle of the sensor line on our ball tracking. He didn't hear anything, I think he's indicating there. Neither did the keeper.
He certainly would have deserved that wicket. He has bowled well. No reaction from the keeper or anyone for that matter, which tells us it was so thin that no one heard anything. There's a spike right there.
.360 for 7. Well, you had the opportunity, Taskin, to appeal and review. Sometimes the game can be unfair. Taskin Ahmed has bowled a wonderful spell. Perhaps has come to the end of that spell now.
Yes, I reckon he should take a break. Just looking at him walking away, you can see he has really toiled hard, put in the yards. Already bowled a lot of overs, 25 of them. Certainly deserve a break. These wickets were from yesterday. Craig Brathwaite, the skipper, led before, and then Casey Carty chipped to short mid-wicket. And look at the celebration. Nothing for him since then, but it's not from the lack of effort. He's really tried, gone past the outside edge quite a bit. He was just saying, oh, should have had that. But no one appealed.
Finally now they've put the silly point in. Taken out the leg slip and put the silly point in. Create an atmosphere of claustrophobia around Kemar Roach and try to force him to play a false shot. Oh, Meherdi Hassan, you should not. That single anyway is instructive in that it's brought up a 100-run partnership between Graves and Kemar Roach. Great credit to Kemar for his stickability and his character, and once again setting the tone for the rest of those in the dressing room, not to mention Graves and his studiousness of his knock.
Not really surprised. We know Kemar Roach is very good at that. He can occupy the crease for long periods of time, and he will score runs as well.
square leg. Shaba Miraj, good, good.
Justin Graves, which, as we all know, is in tremendous form, coming out of that Super 50 tournament. 400 runs, 3 centuries in succession. Has never been done before in regional Super 50 competition. Other players have scored 3 centuries, but not in succession. So he's really high on confidence coming into this test match. And he's certainly making a statement.
Take that a step further. He's come off a diet of white ball cricket, and yet he's batting in the test match with great diligence and patience. Only 3 boundaries. So form is one thing, but the mindset of knowing it's a test match, there's time. Not infinitely, but more time than in white ball cricket. 3-6-1 for 7. Hundred-run partnership between Graves and Roach. Only Afanase and Louis have a larger partnership in the innings. Highest 8th wicket partnership at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is 103 between Craig Brathwaite and Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall against Sri Lanka back in 2021. Taskin's getting another one.
Probably he's encouraged by that faint edge of Justin Graves, where they didn't appeal. Probably figured I'd give the skipper one more. Hopefully he could break this wonderful partnership. He's also looking a little bit tired, which is expected. It is extremely hot here at the Sir Vivian Stadium.
What you could do, I'm just throwing this out there if you're Taskin, is use that short ball, which he's bowled effectively. I know it's a long spell. Graves has pulled it perhaps more in front of square. You could just have the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, around to his right a bit. You're still occasionally looking to bowl your channels of off-stump. But have that deep backward square, that mid-wicket, to use occasionally the short ball, only 20% of it so far. The majority of the others on a very good length, and on the occasional Yorker. And if Roach gets back on strike, get the short leg in, get a leg gully in, and give him something to think about. Mahedi has to use more imagination in his field sets to try to create opportunities here. He hasn't done it often enough and quick enough.
The question is, does Taskin has the energy and maybe could muster some energy to get the short delivery in? He has bowled a long spell. He's looking a bit tired. And you and I know, Bish, that it takes a lot of energy to bowl a bouncer, especially when you bowl so many overs. He's now into his 26th over. in blazing heat. So that is something Taskin has to consider. Do I have it?
One last burst, and that's why I think the mid-wicket saving one is so instrumental. If it doesn't get up, and he plays the pull and pulls it low, the mid-wicket comes into play and you still got the deep square leg as protection. I think it's well worth it. I'd go to him if I was a skipper and say, this is your last one. Give me everything you have for 6 deliveries. You've been brilliant. I just need one more drive from you.
Well, I understand and take your point, Bish, but just looking at him, I don't think he has it at this point.
Wonder if it might have been a little pace off. Genuine seam up, a little bit of leg cut there as well.
You can never fault his effort. He has been brilliant throughout. He's got one delivery left in this over, and I reckon this would be curtains for him. Take his cap, take his sweater, go into the outfield and relax. He's certainly earned it.
.363 for 7. Yeah, that should be his final over of that spell. I wonder who takes over, whether they go to Taijul Islam or Shoriful from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Meanwhile, Justin Graves sold his on to 80.
They'll probably go back to Shoriful. He's only had 15 overs so far. All the others are in the 20s. Taijul already bowled 30, so probably Shoriful may get a stint. Kima Roach, as you've seen time and time again, can stick around. His contribution so far is 28. 28 valuable runs as well. But more importantly, the support that he's given Justin Graves.
Coming guys.
Round the wicket.
Balling Mirage, keep going. Amiri. Ah, brilliant.
3-6, 4 for 7.
বাইরে যা একটু বাইরে লাগবো ফাইন লেগ যাও ফাইন লেগ লাগবে না
No wickets yet in this second session here on day 2. If you just joined us, 2 wickets, that of De Silva and Alzari Joseph in the first hour of the morning session. Nothing since for Bangladesh. Taijul Islam takes over from Taskin Ahmed.
घूम जा Oh Taijul bhai come Taijul bhai
The one word of advice listening to Alec Afanes talk to Nikhil this morning, listening to Mikhail Louis after the day's play yesterday, both being dismissed on 90 and 97, both saying, well, certainly Alec, that he has more time in test matches than one thinks. Looking at Graves here and looking at Roach, there are many ways you can go to 100. You have guys who quite often, Verinder Sehwag and many of us who would go to their hundreds with a boundary trying to get through the 90s. The other option is to break it down, take your mind off the milestone if young players are listening. At a stage yesterday evening where I think when Mikhail went, it was about 10 overs to go in the day's play. Take your mind off of your individual milestone and say, what does the team require? The team requires me to bat to the end of a day's play. If I do that, in the process, I will get my individual landmark. Similarly for Alec Afanes, dismissed with 8 overs to go in the day's play. So to release that pressure on yourself, we can talk about it from the outside. What does the team require? It requires me to bat another 8 overs. In the process of doing that, the goal, the individual goal will come. So that's something that they can look forward to in the future. That's another way that you can think about it in that situation. Most deliveries Kemar Roach has ever batted in a single innings in Test cricket now.
It's the first time we've seen Kemar Roach picked up his bat in anger and went for a big shot.
Can play shots. We've talked about a few innings that he's played in the test match game. Still won't get his first boundary of this innings. 112 deliveries faced, what, 370 for 7. Hoping it went for 4 Kemar to notch up his first boundary. Now, gotta run them, son.
Probably could have had an all-run 4. but probably thought it would have gone to the boundary. But it didn't hit it well enough.
Just short, just short. That's sometimes what a silly point can do, make you play back when you should be forward. It's just a good length that bounced and spun.
Miraj, coming, number 8 coming. Yalla re. Miraj, come Miraj. Right.
Graves on 83. Has played so well and Roach has kept him great company. 118 deliveries faced by Roach, the most Sir Kirtley has faced in an innings, 112. Blue Waters drinks break.
Windies cricket.com is the official home of Cricket West Indies. Keep updated on scores, statistics, player profiles, blogs, and the latest cricket information. So don't forget to check out www.windiescricket.com. If you'd like to interact with the Windies fans, these social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube.
.370 for 7, the West Indies. After the first hour of the second session, it has been an excellent showing of focus, diligence, concentration by Justin Graves and Kemar Roach, but Graves has had to manage batting with the low order while still finding ways to score. He's gotten great help from Kemar Roach, who's in his 15th year of service for the West Indies. Graves in his first, Samuel Badri.
Yeah, wonderful balance at the crease, punctuated by a few boundaries, just 3 4s, but lots of 1s, 2s, and 3s. So his fitness level is something that is quite commendable. A couple wickets for Hassan Mahmood today, and 2 for Taskin yesterday, and 1 each for the spinners.
Yeah, Hassan Mahmood was able to break through early today. First over of the day. Used the scramble seam delivery to take the ball into the silver, and then the one that goes away from the right-hander to get Alzari Joseph. Since then, other than a few half chances created. Right, one of the most coveted events in the Caribbean, Sailing Week. It's a huge festival of sailing that happens every year, big on the Antiguan calendar. Next year, April to May. Make sure you are here. Really is a spectacle to see the skill of sailing. Bring your own boat and come. Thank you for giving us your company now as you wind down your Saturday afternoon. West Indies got an important hour and then a final session in day 2.
Good pace, boy. Good pace, TJ.
Concentration has been a highlight of this partnership. But after a break, required then to invest that concentration and not start from the beginning, but refresh and go again. Samuel Mahedi's first experience as Test captain. What have you made of his leadership in the first 1.5 days?
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? To be in this position because of the injury to Shantu and really thrust into a difficult position. He's accepted it manfully. His 50th test match and given the opportunity to lead his country is something that you will always cherish. Just think though, at times he's been too defensive and not creative enough to get wickets. But you don't want to be too critical for someone who's captaining for the very first time. It's a learning opportunity for him, and he'll become better because of this experience. But certainly for someone like Kemar Roach, I'd expect him to be a little bit more attacking quite earlier in the innings.
Whoa! Beautiful, TJ. Pace-টা ভালো আছে, pace-টা ভালো আছে, এই pace-টাই হবে.
And this is the end where he would prefer Tijol with that wind drifting the ball into the right-hander, and then if he gets some turn like he did there, almost unplayable.
Yeah, TJ.
3-7-1 for 7. All right. That's not a very good sign. The good thing, though, is that it's been quite sunny all day and not seeing too much concern in the east. The wind is also quite high. The rain has just come out of nowhere. Just to dampen the heat of this partnership for the West Indies, unfortunately, the covers are coming on. It's weird because it's bright sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I think caught the ground staff off guard. But luckily, the wind is quite intense coming from the east, and I'm seeing blue skies out in the distance, so it shouldn't be too long. But rain is forecasted for every day of the test match. Hopefully, this will be the only setback we have for the day. Right, and whilst we've enjoyed this partnership led by Justin Graves, a few days ago we had the opportunity to catch up with him ahead of his 3rd test match.
A dream which was fulfilled in January 2024 when Justin Graves became the 335th player to play Test cricket for the West Indies. Now, we sit here what, 11 months later, and he has an opportunity to add to that. First of all, Justin, it's great to see you here, man. It's great to see you, man. Tell me, when I say those words and I say 335th player to play for the West Indies, what emotion is inside of you?
Very emotional, obviously, because, you know, coming up, I always wanted to play for West Indies. The history of West Indies cricket being the way it is, so for me to be 335, you know, it's a very special moment for both me and my family, pretty much.
What was that actually like? I mean, we haven't spoken to you since you got your test cap in Australia. It was such an amazing series. You guys obviously won the test match at the Gabba, but to make your debut in Adelaide, what do you remember about that moment?
Exciting. Biggest crowd I've played in front of. The nerves were there the night before. Spent some time talking to my family about it. Obviously trying to calm me down, but you know, once I got onto the field, received my cap from Craig Braffett, who I went to school with, played a lot of cricket with as well. You know, it was very special.
And then that test win, I mean, at the Gabba, no one really would have given you guys a chance. You featured heavily, remember, in that game, both bat and ball. How do you describe that series and look back on that series now 11 months ago?
Very challenging. Obviously playing Australia in Australia is always a difficult task. We went there with pretty much a lot of unknowns in the group, and for us to come up with a win in Australia would have been pretty big for us. You know, having guys like Shamar doing as well as he did in Australia, Kavim as well, you know, toughing out some really good situations for us. You know, it's always been fun being around the group because we've played a lot of cricket together, a lot of the guys, and you know, the strengths and weaknesses, we know one another pretty well. So, you know, to gel and to come up with a win against #1 team, I think at that time was a very big thing for us.
2024 marks 10 years that you've made since you made your first class debut, and obviously you're playing Test cricket now. Why did you have that burning desire 10 years ago and even in 2024 to play red ball cricket for the West Indies?
Just to challenge myself, just to see where I pretty much match up with, you know, the greats in the world. From the time pretty much picked up a bat in primary school cricket and stuff, it was always, you know, be the best that I can be. And you know, at some stage you want to test yourself against some of the best in the world. So that's always been it for me.
And then obviously you made your one-day international debut a couple of years ago, and you've lost your place in the team until the beginning of this year in that Australia series. What were those years like where you fell out of favour and had to try and work yourself to be back at the highest level?
My thing is, not performing, you miss your name, that's life. Obviously going back, working hard has always been my thing. It's never been an issue for me to work hard. Probably putting things in place mentally in terms of, you know, getting the mind right for when you actually get back onto the park. Has been one of the biggest things that I've been actually focusing on.
And speaking of performing, well, the last month has been all about Justin Gray's performances because he comes into this series off the back of 3 back-to-back 50 over 100s in our domestic tournament, the Super 50. It's never been done by a West Indian before. Brother, I need to know, first of all, are you a human? Like, how do you spend 100 overs across 300 overs in the span of 7 days and just mentally locked in and do well enough? I mean, what can you say about that?
Not much. For me, it's just, like I said when I was in Trinidad, putting my team first. Whatever the team requires, I'm pretty much willing to do. And obviously when I'm at cricket, switched on, but as soon as I get off the field, just try to relax as much as possible, try not to think about the game as much.
Would you say determination was the biggest driving factor for you behind getting those performances? It's one thing to get 100, but to have the drive to get 3 back-to-back 100s, I mean, what was the factor behind it?
I guess a lot of things could play into that. We have a youngish team in the leewards. There's no Kyron Powell. Casey Carty was away on international duty, and the captain and coach was like, we need our senior batsmen to stand up. And obviously coming off last year and being one of the most senior guys in the group, you know, I pretty much put it upon myself to say, well, a lot of guys are out. Powell is not there, he's playing for CCC, Casey Cardi international duty, so it was pretty much time for me to put my hand up.
Spoke about putting his team first, not thinking about milestones as much. It really has been a remarkable month for Justin Graves, and he's putting his hand up for his team again in this test match. Great news for you folks. Hopefully you didn't change the channel. We only had about 6 minutes or 4 minutes of a drizzle, and we are back and ready to resume. They shall be hoping that that small rain may have brought some lapse in concentration. Always more difficult for the batters than the bowlers after an interruption. It's a few minutes that delay was. A number of times the ball has come off the outside edge of Kemar Roach and not gone to hand, and that's been because he's played with soft hands pretty much for the majority of this innings today. And again, the running between the wickets, folks. They got 3 runs there. And it really speaks to the fitness level of someone like Justin Graves. You just saw in that interview where he scored those 3 centuries, one of which 151. The highest list A score for any batter from the Leeward Islands. And he did a lot of running in the field, a couple of those innings. In the second innings after he fielded all 50 overs. So his fitness level is undeniable. And it seems as though he's switched on here. 2 other batters before him weren't able to convert.
Good bowling. এই জায়গাটা ভালো, এই জায়গাটা ভালো। রান করলে ওইদিকে করুক, এটা ভালো।
Modern game where we talk so much about how much Test cricket even has evolved and boundary scoring has come into the game. 236 balls this partnership. 2 boundaries. Resting, running between the wickets. Bit less turn for the spinners today. West Indies will be hoping that continues to decrease when they have the ball in hand. That could have been another half a chance. Slightly quicker from Mahedi, 89 kilometers per hour. One of the fastest of the over, 376 for 7. Last ball of the previous over. Good piece on it. Thick edge. Could have gone anywhere. Fell safely. So Justin Graves survives.
Good, very good, Hassan. Right, so. Value বাইরে যাবে, এগুলো করলেই ভ্যালু বাড়বে। আবার কই যাব? এখানে থাক। namse, namse. Good going, guys. Good going, guys.
Encouraging signs for the spin bowlers. A couple keeping low, a couple spinning.
Sip, sip. Char hobe na, char hobe na. Murad.
Really nicely played for another 2. And, well, Graves will get the majority of focus in this partnership. I saw something on social media, Sam, before coming on commentary. And someone said 15 years of tireless service to West Indies cricket. And obviously, Kemar Roach that they're speaking of for his bowling is one thing. But this is the first time in his career he's been involved in a 100-plus run partnership. Previous best was 99 with Darren Bravo in Australia 2015. But also, across his career, 13 times he's been involved in a partnership that has been 50 or more. And he's batted 9, 10, sometimes 11 for the majority of his test playing time. Just imagine for teams who do all that hard work to get the top order out, think, yeah, we can wrap it up. When he came in today, 261 for 7. And he just grinds and grinds, slowly supports from the other end, sustains pressure, and puts his team into a much more commanding position like the West Indies are in now. Hard to describe an effort like that. Have to hurry as well, even with a direct hit.
I like that, boy. Shabash, Taskin.
379 for 7.
I knew it was the last ball of the over. We mentioned before his running between the wickets, so it's something that stands out for Justin Graves.
Great determination from Graves. End of the last over to make sure he retains the strike. As much as he's trusted Roach, will still want to face a majority of deliveries.
And this is what you want as a player, this type of performance early in the infancy of your career. Just his 3rd test match, and moves into the 90s now. There is that realization, like the others who spoke earlier, someone like Michael Louis, that you can perform at this level.
In that interview we just showed in the rain interval, he echoed Bish's sentiments where his suggestion was take your mind off the milestone. But as a non-player, Sam, what I'm thinking about is that must be easier said than done, because it's not like at school where you play and you don't know how much you're on. You're seeing it all around you, 90, 90, 90. Must be one. And Alec Athene said this morning he's usually very nervous in the 90s, which is why he feels he should attack. So I can only imagine how much mental fortitude it takes for someone to ignore that milestone and the thought of it like Graves has done previously.
Yeah, last night I was looking at a list of players who were dismissed in the 90s in Test match cricket. Some very famous names up there. Sachin Tendulkar 10 times in the 90s, and quite a few others 6, 7, 8, 9 times. So it is something that plays on your mind. So make no mistake about it. You're right, it's easier said than done. You want to park that aside and just continue to do what you've been doing all along. But the moment you reach in that phase of the innings, when you get into that 90s, something happens mentally more than anything else. And you start thinking about the milestone.
Second slip employed just now for Roach, and people will question the shot selection, but at the end of the day it boils down to nerves, because guys want to do well. There's a desire to want to be at your best, And that's why they get nervous, and you get nervous in the 90s.
Yeah, boy,
Easily forgotten sometimes. 3-8-2 for 7.
La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Chalo bhai, coming guys, number 8.
Litton Das trying to will his team to wicket 8.
Yuri ties you.
Sometimes you need that in these periods. And just thinking from a Bangladesh perspective, I know we touched on it earlier today, but similar to what they tried to do with Taskin, having deep field square behind square for Graves, trying to get him with that short ball. It's potentially one of the things that they'll add to their bowling attack in the second test match at Sabina Park if Nahid Rana comes in, where sometimes that extra pace option can just be off-putting or rattle a batter who's been there for a while. Wonder if another option is Shoriful, who we've been told has no injuries or no concerns. He's only bowled the 2 overs for the day. But with that angle bringing the ball naturally into Graves, maybe he can test him on the body like they were trying to do a few overs previously.
And just going back to that point about being in the 90s, we've spoken ad infinitum about him scoring 300s consecutively recently. So he's been in this position in the recent past on 3 occasions, and he's managed to cross that final hurdle. Just one first-class century for him, though, in his career. But overall, it has been a remarkable effort.
Come on, guys, good going, guys.
Roach really sized that one up. Graves' heart would have been in his hand watching that. They'll get 2 and Graves will get the strike for the next over. 3-8-5 for 7. Spin still continuing. Right, Samuel Badri, describe this.
Ambitious. On the stumps, he's lucky that he got some bat on it. His highest test match score is 41, Kemar Roach. He's on 37. So it's around this time where he sort of loses concentration. He's done, as we've been saying before, a splendid job in this partnership. But he'll want to be there with his countryman, Justin Graves. If he's able to get over the line, would be a memorable moment.
And from a mentorship perspective, Roach has played a significant factor in Justin Graves and his development. Opened the bowling together for a couple of seasons for Barbados. That was 8 years ago. So for Graves now to be 30 and Roach not close to finish, but anticipate coming to the end of his career maybe in the next few years. It's really a full circle moment that the two now spend time at the crease together. And you saw when they got to the 100-run partnership mark, big hug, big smiles. There's that relationship.
Yeah, Miri.
And that's why it's even more important for Roach to be there until he gets to that milestone. Because if he gets dismissed now, it just changes things from a mental standpoint for Justin Graves.
Ayyo, Miraj.
And you just want him to focus on the job at hand.
Good going, guys. We are
Lots
good
of things
going,
can
guys.
come into your mind if a wicket falls here. Does he trust the other batter? How does he go about getting those
Very good, guys.
next 8 runs? So,
Udhar khelte dao.
been doing a good job, Kemar. Just continue in that same vein.
Mahedi was the only one who was excited. And may have hit Jakar Ali on the shoulder. Mahedi sent it upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultras, please. Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. That's nice and slow. Yeah, flat line on ball passing the bat, and there is a gap between bat and ball as well. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off, impact outside. Stay with your original decision, Kumar. Stand by. You're on screen, please signal. Thank you.
That's why Mahedi was the only one. Stand his optimism. Bangladesh are down to 1 review because there was not umpire's call and it was clearly outside the line of off stump. Just something to tease the nerves of Graves, though.
Not allowed only drinks. Not allowed only drinks.
Yeah, the physio is coming on the field just to have a look at Jakar Ali. So there'll be a pause in play, which will accentuate perhaps the nervousness and anxiousness of Justin Graves. It's been a long day, long hard toil for Bangladesh. A couple wickets early in the day's play. Not much thereafter. This partnership, lower order runs, something that they've experienced in the past. Difficulties in finishing off the innings. 124 of 261 deliveries. Kemar Roach, most balls faced in an innings in Test match cricket.
Gets another single to retain the strike. 3-8-6 for 7. Hundred runs conceded for Taijul Islam in 34 overs.
Bowling TJ. No, Marvin. প্রথম 100 না আইয়ো দুইয়ের বেশি দিস না
95 for Graves. Partnership up to 127. Amazing thing about this wagon wheel is only 2 boundaries and 18 twos, along with 7 threes. A lot of runs behind square. Roach off the edge, educated edge. Graves has done well to just work the ball into areas where there are vacancies, and that's because Bangladesh continue to try to attack. So they've got players all around the bat.
Yeah, that last over, just wondering about the line of this delivery. Just outside of stump, he's generally been on a tighter line, a wicket-to-wicket line, and it's been relatively easy for the batters. I just wonder if he can go a little bit wider, Mehdi, that is, to these right-handers, change his feel a little bit to give him protection offside, and spin the ball from outside off back into the stumps. What he's been doing is a leg side field, starting straight and going further down. So maybe a change in the line of attack is something he can consider.
Really have tried everything against Kemar Roach. Couple of guys in front of the bat. Now no one is there. They've got a catching fielder at slip close in with a helmet on. The orthodox slip. Won't get 2, so Roach retains the strike. 390 for 7. Ten overs since lunch for Mehdi. I wonder if that LBW shout in the last over excited him and probably played a factor in him continuing. They've done well to be more disciplined, Bangladesh, but haven't gotten the wicket that they desire.
Roach will be called into action at some point in this test match with the ball. That's his primary responsibility. Most successful bowler at this venue. 50 wickets in test match cricket. Comfortably ahead of everyone else. So it's a venue that has brought him a lot of success with ball.
Now, people will say this is attacking, but it's really smart. Looking at the field, it's a first boundary for Kemar Roach. He has had to work so hard for it.
Yeah, and what's really good about this particular shot is that he was aiming straight. We've seen him previously hoiking across the line of the delivery, going leg side. Keeps his shape and targets the side screen.
Highest test score now for Roach. .394 for 7. Now moving to 42, Kemar Roach. His highest scored. And he can also be quite attacking as well. 38 off 31 here back in 2019 against India. But today it's been about patience, about fortitude, resolve. And Mahedi's seen enough in terms of his spin, so he goes to Hassan Mahmood, who was the chief destroyer early this morning from this end. Bowling that 4 of a spell, 2 for 14. He's had a long rest and he's back. I can't believe, Sam, that not once has he thought Graves in 175 deliveries to be tempted enough to take on one of the areas that maybe through long on where there's not really been a fielder or cover. He's just been very controlled in the way he scored his runs and happy to do it, grinding with running between the wickets. Yeah, look at his spells. He's worked hard, Mahmood, over the 2 days.
This is Test match cricket, Nikhil. Test match batting at its best from Justin Graves.
The 1-2. Just be one. He's hit it well enough.
You hear batters talk about a target of facing 200 deliveries in an innings in red ball cricket. To get to 100, he's on 176, so not too far off. It's been an exhibition from him. And more so batting with the lower order, in this case someone like Kemar Roach, who's proven to be a useful ally. Test match cricket at its best.
Great dexterity on show. It's been a feature of Kemar Roach's knock throughout the day. And second boundary now for him.
Yeah, we saw this from Mahmood in his earlier spell where he drifts down the leg side. Score moves on to 399. Not too often West Indies get to 400 in their first innings, so it's been a wonderful batting display in totality.
.400 coming up for the West Indies. They'll think back to Nottingham where they got 457 against England. Different team, different conditions, but from 261 for 7 to get to 400 for the same 7, they'll be extremely pleased with the effort from their lower order, led by Justin Graves.
They need to find another 0 for that manual scoreboard. Digitally though, it's all good. Just hear my colleague in the background saying that 40 for 7 is what he's looking at, so you can figure out who that is with the West Indies batting. But it's no such luck at Ali Khan. It's 400 for 7.
Graves threw away. He nailed that last cover drive, but straight to the fielder. Surely his heart will be pumping. No matter what he says, there will be some degree of nerves. .400 for 7.
একবার আগে গেছি রে ভাই তুমি দেখতে না Ajul bhai
47 to Kemar Roach.
oh yeah taxi
This has been an outstanding partnership. Restoration after the loss of 2 quick wickets this morning on 253 and 261.
come kid
Joshua Da Silva and Alzari Joseph going in quick succession. But since then, 139, 245 minutes. These two have been together at the crease. Hatter Ali Khan, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Bish. Good afternoon, all. Not a great afternoon for Bangladesh, but certainly a very good one for West Indies. What a partnership. What a partnership. Yeah, to be able to go and do that for such a long time, you got to take your hats off for both the batters.
Concentration of the umpires too very critical. Bangladesh will feel weary being in the field for 133.4 overs, but the umpires are on it for every delivery of the test match.
Bangladesh batters will be looking at, especially at this partnership, the way they batted, handled themselves when they got in, losing 2 early wickets today.
beauty TJ beauty
400 for 7.
.47 and 97. I suppose just for today you'd say the 2 all-rounders in the West Indies lineup, Kemar Roach and certainly Justin Graves.
I mean, we've heard the commentators speaking about Shoriful Islam. We also discussed Shoriful Islam. Just wonder why he has not bowled more than 2 overs. Remember, this partnership continued for 287 deliveries. And in that time, he's bowled only 2 overs to this pair. Lovely shot. Misfield allow the batter to cross over for a single.
How much has Justin Graves used what has gone on before him with the 97 and the 90 as a teaching moment, a learning moment? He has much more experience and has played more cricket and certainly than Mackay Louis and Alec Afanese, certainly domestically. He's knocked him over. A third wicket and a third in the day for Hassan Mahmood. Quite a beautiful delivery to end a forthright and determined knock by Kemar Roach.
Peach of a delivery to break this all-important partnership. He picked up 2 early wickets, but had to wait a long time. And it finally comes in this fashion. That's come back sharply and knocks the bails on top of the stumps. Lovely delivery. But what a knock from Kemar Roach. Gone for 47, 401 for 8.
A little bit surprised that Jaden Seals comes in ahead of Shamar Joseph. Potential 3 deliveries to negotiate. They're filling up the slip cordon. Top of middle, that is a superb delivery. That's what the coaches talk about, top of off. Top of middle isn't bad.
The non-striker is the third batter in this innings to go across 90s, the nervous 90s. A lovely delivery, peach of a delivery. And it cuts him in half. Look at that sharp change of direction after it pitches.
He saw the scramble seam or the wobble seam there as well. You've seen so often, as we saw with the Alzari Joseph dismissal, Hassan Mahmood keep the seam upright and swing it away, change in the seam position and the grip, and it hits the scrambled seam and nips back. No disgrace in that, Kemar Roach. A superb effort with the bat. Your teammates owe you a meal or two. .401 for it. It's a good length delivery. That's the key thing. And if it hadn't deviated, would probably have gone past the outside edge or brushed the outside edge. Good effort behind the stumps after they've been disturbed. .97 to 98, and now Justin Graves 2 away from 100. It is the realization of a childhood dream and a triumphant return to Test match cricket after a 10-month absence for Justin Graves. His maiden 100 in Test match cricket. After 43 domestic first-class matches, this is a sweet moment in the life and career of the 30-year-old.
Mikhail Louis, beg your pardon, Alec Athanze missed out because there were an opportunity to convert that to a triple figure mark. But it was up to Graves, Justin Graves, to be able to get into the 90s, and finally with that lovely looking cover drive for a boundary, gets his maiden Test 100.
Now starting to be a little more expansive. Man who has plied his trade for the Empire Cricket Club in Barbados, the home of Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weekes, Carlisle Best, Simon Nurse, Herman and Charlie Griffith. They will be celebrating as much as Shamar Joseph, Mikhail Louis, Tevin Imlak, the entire coaching staff and captain and team.
DJ, brilliant.
That is a childhood dream realized, and a teaching moment for a couple of young players sitting in the dugout and the dressing room. And I hear what my colleagues have said about nervousness, but the really disciplined players, really disciplined, and I count Justin Graves with his experience in that, would have said, if I bat to tee, my landmark will come. No nervous 90s for me. Take the landmark out of the equation and do what the team requires. And on the way to that journey, on the way of that journey, I will get what I want as well. That is leadership. That is being an exemplar.
Wow. 313 minutes in the crease. That's why they say bad time, because there's so much time. A lovely delivery, sharp turn. And if you bat time, you can get to a triple figure mark. 408 for 8.
Just before that ball was bowled to him, Justin Graves shouted from a non-striker's end, one delivery left, and Jaden Seal said, yeah, man. Such a great moment for a guy. I thought, and I'll say it now, I thought it was a hard decision to leave Justin Graves out of the team that went to England, and I said that publicly. Jason Holder came back, he was out. I thought in Australia, with the ball, 3 wickets, he was efficient. His catching and fielding in Australia, his leadership, didn't get as many runs with the bat, top score of 33. But I thought English conditions would have been ideal for him, but he had to battle with that Jason Holder return, who wasn't in Australia. Nice little change of pace there. And get back for 2. I wonder if it was a more accurate throw, what the outcome might have been.
Yeah, that's why it's even more important for someone like, oh, direct hit. He was short, wasn't he? Yeah, spot on, Bish. Yeah, better throw would have had the better of the better coming back for the second run. Was Justin Graves. Yeah, just going back to the point that you just rightly pointed out in terms of, there you go, one more time. He was struggling. The throw was wide to the right. Had it been a bit straighter, he would be struggling there. Right, if Jason Holder was available for selection, he might not have got this opportunity. Nicely played. And that's why I feel that when a player gets an opportunity, you've got to go and grab it with both hands. Remember, he came to crease at batting at number 6. 228 for 5 at one stage. But he never budged from that mindset that he showed throughout the innings, to be able to be very patient in terms of looking to score runs, because he knew there was something happening for the bowlers. So he defended. He started to defend good ones and started to leave ones to the keeper, but he was also quite keen to rotate strikes. Remember, only 4 fours in his innings of 106. So rotation of strike, the twos and the singles, you're keen to go and do it on a regular basis. A little bit low bounce on that occasion, but what an innings, what an innings.
The thing I like about him as well, Atta, and remember this from our journey across the years with Justin, and more so in recent times, even in Australia and post, he'd message, or he'd come up to you if he saw you at the game, or he'd message if you were back and ask, is there anything I can do, anything that you notice that I can do better with my bowling, with my batting, so I can improve? His journey through franchise cricket, playing for Barbados initially, to the Windward Islands, to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Windward Islands Volcanoes, in order to fine-tune his skills and keep his career going. He's blossomed nicely through white ball cricket and forced his way and showed that he can transition easily from the white ball format to the red ball format, a triumphant moment. For 1-5 for 8. You've just tuned in. Justin Graves has accomplished and achieved his first and maiden Test match 100 on the back of a good domestic season with 3 white ball hundreds in recent weeks. And they've spread the field, in-out field, to protect the boundaries. But they don't mind if Graves gets one to bowl at Jaden Seals.
Yeah, I think what is important for Justin Graves now, since he's picked up his maiden Test 100, to be able to continue to do it on a consistent basis. Nobody's going to go and grab 100 in each and every inning that he or she plays. But to be able to get that first test 100, surely the future looks very bright for someone like Justin Graves if he can continue to produce innings like this in future on a consistent basis. I think that's exactly what the team management and the selectors look towards the player. One-off innings, and then lot of players just fade away. Zakir Hassan, one of the prime example for Bangladesh, got 100 on debut against India in the second innings, and he hasn't been able to pick up another 100 in the test matches that he's played so far. So very important to understand the value, because you've shown it, you've come out with flying colors. At the same time, you would want to repeat it if you get an opportunity. Same goes for Mahmudul Hassan Joy, 137 in South Africa. Then nothing. 415 for 8.
স্লিপার হ্যাঁ ও লেফটি নয় যদি আউট করে লাগে না করে তো কারে করে আইডল আইডল আরেকটু যাইতে পারোস
Mehdi Hassan. No silly point, no silly point. Against a new batter, there's a silly mid-on. Why would you not put additional pressure on the number 10, who's 1 off 7?
Being an off spinner to the left-hander, you expect to take the ball away from the left-hander, and that's one of the reasons why bowlers who bowl off spin will have fielder in that position that you're talking about, because going away, even if he connects it, there is absolutely a chance, and if it doesn't, then the inside edge. There you go. Finally, a bit too late.
You can have both. Take your mid-wicket out, have a short leg and a silly point, and if Seals wants to flick against the spin, fine.
Times he has been defensive also. Only his first test match. He's a stand-in captain. Maybe also missed a trick by not giving an opportunity to someone like Shuriful Islam to be in the attack. 313 minutes for Justin Graves for his 100, and he faces only 2 overs from Shuriful Islam.
Last ball. Short of slip. Just short of slip, but a session of play for the loss of 1 wicket that ends with a nick delivery just short of the slip, but a session that will be remembered for the achievement of his maiden test match 100 by Justin Graves, who found the perfect ally in Kemar Roach.
Gentlemen, that is tea at the
And he will get to the dressing room have a seat in the corner, soak in this moment.
9 overs bowled and 79 runs scored with only
Had to weather some impressive bowling by Taskin Ahmed, Hassan Mahmood. But what a great moment for Justin Graves. Great reward for a man who has toiled at domestic level for nigh on 10 seasons since his first-class debut. And at the age of 30, has done what many have tried, and several in this team, to get to a maiden Test match 100. He has done it in only his 3rd Test match. Joshua Da Silva went in the morning session with Alzari Joseph, but Graves with 109 not out. Kemar Roach with his highest test score, 47, dismissed in the middle session of the day. Seals there on 1, 415 for 8, the West Indies. Hassan Mahmood with all 3 wickets to fall today, backed up Taskin's 2 wickets from yesterday morning, and the wicket apiece for Taijul and Mehedi. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have some analysis for you after the break.
A very important second session for the West Indies, in which Kemar Roach and Justin Graves highlighted the 2 hours of batting, really, with Justin Graves getting to his maiden Test 100, a knock of fortitude, resilience, but very intelligent batting, and we can't underestimate the contributions of Roach. But we'll get to that. First of all, before we get to Graves, we have to highlight Hassan Mahmood with his 3 wickets, 3 for 87. He's picked up all 3 today, starting with the first and third over of the morning. Alongside, they've got Atta Ali Khan, former Bangladesh international, and of course former West Indian international Courtney Walsh. Gentlemen, very enterprising day of cricket. At one stage we thought Bangladesh would be able to restrict the West Indies to maybe under 300, but 400 now, Atta. How will Bangladesh be feeling about this?
Well, they'll be certainly disappointed, but you've got to give credit to that big partnership between Roach and Justin Graves, the way they handled themselves. Because remember, when Justin Graves came into bat, the score was 224 for 4, 2 quick wickets you spoke about earlier on. So they were, at that stage, Bangladesh would have hoped for to make more breakthroughs. Not the case, because they handled the pressure, absorbed the pressure, and then went on to do their job in a very typical test manner. And what I mean to say is they did not look to score runs quickly. They wanted to bat time, and they're looking to rotate strike, and that's exactly what happened in the end. Brilliant 100, maiden Test 100 for Graves, but remember, he only hit 4 fours in that innings. Excellent, excellent, but Bangladesh definitely will be feeling a bit more pressure at the moment.
Yeah, Courtney, let's actually reflect on the 100 by Justin Graves, someone who's spent a lot of time here in Antigua. What impressed you about that knock?
His composure, the way he went about it, wasn't flustered. And not, as Ali mentioned, none of the boundaries were hit. His running between the wickets was excellent. But I think the way himself and Kemar went about the partnership and the confidence he showed in Kemar would have given Kemar confidence in himself as well. He didn't like to try to outshine, he just played normal test cricket, patient. Shot selection was excellent. For me, his composure was the part that I liked. He didn't look flustered, didn't look panicky. And even when he got into the 90s, remember we lost 2 earlier wickets then, 2 other batters mid-90s, he didn't panic. He showed his experience, showed his worth, and just carried on. And the only time he looked like he was going to get aggressive was after he made the 100.
Well, he's still batting, of course, not out at the tea break. And they tried everything. They went short to him. He ducked and weaved and avoided those shorter deliveries and really was very selective in the attacking options he took. It has been an astounding 100, and what a way to get your first 100 as well in an important innings for the West Indies. After Bangladesh may reflect on one moment when Graves was on 77, there was a chance to dismiss him.
Absolutely. I mean, it can happen. It can happen at certain grounds, whether when the bowler or neither the keeper hears the sound. They thought it was very close, but in a replay, when we saw it earlier from there was a nick. There was, and he was batting around 77. So it can happen, but someone had to go and hear that a little bit clearly, because they were not sure. But don't take anything away from Justin Graves. I thought he was, as Courtney Walsh mentioned, very patient. Very patient to be able to understand what the team required from him, and also Kemar Roach. Remember, maybe he would not have got this opportunity if Jason Holder was available for selection. So he's making life difficult for Jason Holder now at the moment, because he's got a Test 100.
Yeah, certainly. And Courtney, this is the look at the wagon wheel of the entire partnership. 21 twos, 7 threes. Kemar Roach's role in helping Graves get to that 100, how significant?
Very, very significant. And that's where the experience came in as well. Even Kemar showed some composure. But the running between the wicket, I can't overstress that. Also, the communication between both. They seem to have a very good understanding. They knew what it was all about. You could see Roach encouraging him, and he encouraging Roach. So it's a partnership built well together, good common understanding. But the way they went about it was sort of risk-free. Roach, I think, in that partnership only once tried to get aggressive. Apart from that, he was very composed. Justin Graves did not try to get too aggressive. He just played everything on merit, picked his gap. His timing was excellent. Probably on a quicker outfield, he would have had the 100 a little bit quicker, but he didn't let that bother him either. He waited, showed patience, good selection, and just top-class composure.
And I'll tell you, it took a special delivery to get the wicket of Kemar Roach by Hassan Mahmood. Your reflection on how he's gone about that wicket as well as today?
Oh, he's been brilliant. He was simply brilliant. That is probably the best I've seen so far from him in this test match. Have a look at that deviation once it pitches, and it's all about looking at the coaches and hearing them that try to hit the top of the stumps. That hit top of the middle stump. Excellent delivery, but just touching on someone like Madison Mirage, because he might have missed a trick there, because he only used Shariful Islam 2 overs for the 3 and 13 minutes that Justin Graves batted for his 100. Only 2 overs he faced from Shariful Islam, and we saw him in the field. That means that he's fit to bowl, was not asked to bowl. He's missed a trick there.
Well, we'll see if Mahedi does go to Shariful in this third session. West Indies have crossed the 400 mark only the second time in the year, in 2024. They'll be hoping to keep Bangladesh out in this heat, which is out in its full form. And of course, the West Indies looking for 450, maybe even 500. Join us for the next 2 hours after the break.
Welcome back to beautiful Antigua and the Sir Viv Richards Stadium for day 2 action in this first test. The West Indies in a very commanding position on the back of a maiden test ton from Justin Graves. That's 4 centuries now in a row for the young man. And 3 in domestic cricket, 415 for 8. Bangladesh, well, it's been a toil, it's been a struggle. 3 wickets for Hassan Mahmood, all of them coming today, 2 for Taskin yesterday, and 1 apiece for the spinners. Nothing for Shariful. highlights of the second session then. West Indies lost 2 wickets early in the first session, but the first boundary off the bat of Justin Graves, who looked really in control during the course of the innings. That was an edge though, but no one heard it. After the fact, quite belatedly, they realized the shout for LBW. Not out initially, impact outside the line, and therefore the review lost. So not much for the Bangladesh bowlers to celebrate in this session. Kemar Roach in partnership with Justin Graves, well, they were absolutely phenomenal. Highest test score for Kemar Roach, eventually dismissed, partnership with 140, and a 3rd wicket for Mahmood. And the moment that will be remembered for a long time by Justin Graves. Maiden test ton. What a moment. A rich vein of form, and he's just continuing to plunder runs. Magnificent stuff from Graves. Applauded by his teammates just before the break. Last ball actually just short of the fielder. And so it's been identical in terms of wickets falling in day 1, 2 by 1 in the first 2 sessions, and today it's the same. 2 wickets in session 1, 1 in session 2. Very thankful for the weather that we've been blessed with here in Antigua. In the lead up to this test match, there has been significant rainfall every day, but so far in this one, the weather has been kind. Two wickets in the first session for 86 runs, 1 for 79 in the second. West Indies would be very pleased with the way things have gone so far. One of their batters converting his start and putting them in a position of authority. A chance now for Bangladesh to reinforce what they spoke about in the dressing room. A reminder for the players as to what the plans are as they head into the final session on day 2. Can they finish off this innings, wrap up things, and then get back out there with the bat, or will these two continue to keep them out there? Just 14 runs the partnership, but what a knock. Secretly Ambrose alongside me. Secretly we saw Justin Graves in the Super 50. A couple of those centuries. 151 it was against the Red Force. And this knock here today, the icing on the cake.
He's in the richest form of his life. Justin Graves. It was a special moment for him, bringing up his maiden Test 100. He played extremely well in the Super 50 and had 3 consecutive hundreds. But as good as they were, this 100, Test match 100, is something special. Always important to get your first. There's always only ever one first. After this, you continue counting, but there's only first once. And he played extremely well and is deserving of that 100. Job not done yet though. Needs to carry on.
We'll talk a little bit more about what the job is, what the task is, perhaps what the plan is from a West Indian perspective. Shariful from round the wicket. There has been some talk about his underutilization on day 2. And just the 2 overs he's bowled in the day's play. And on a day where a lot of runs were scored. There was a little wonder about whether or not he was fully fit. Seems to be okay.
It's a no ball, no ball.
And the no ball called. So he's round the wicket. He's coming from wide of the crease. I'll just have a look at the back foot then. Yeah, the first point of contact, he's touching the line. So it's not a front foot no ball, a unique one. Surprised that we haven't seen Shariful for more overs today, secretly.
Very much so. I remember when I was on commentary earlier, along with Ian Bishop, I was saying that there's only bowled 15 overs. And all the others at the time were well in the 20s in terms of overs. Tajul was in his about 30 over the time. So to me, I was calling out for him. I don't know if it's a fitness issue or what, but I thought he should have been in the attack a lot earlier.
We may just see more aggression from Justin Graves. When you look at this score secretly, what are they thinking? West Indies, that is 450 perhaps, or just bat as long as they can?
There must be some target in mind. Probably that was discussed during the tea break. Yes, one would argue it's the third session of day 2, but at the same time, you want to give your bowlers enough time in this test match to take 20 wickets. So I reckon 450, or maybe give Bangladesh the last hour of today's play. Get them into that tricky 1 hour before close of play and try and make some inroads.
Yeah, I quite suspect that at some stage today, Bangladesh would have an opportunity to bat. Still 34 overs remaining after this one in the day's play, so there's a lot of time left on day 2. Well watched by Seals, 419 for 8.
ঘুরে যা ঘুর আপনি থাকেন বল আপনার কাছেই যাইবো
The skipper from the Secretly Ambrose end. Field is spread for Graves. Wouldn't mind giving him a single and bowling to Jaden Seals. There's a fielder in the deep falls just short of him. He's hitting with the wind leg side, Justin Graves. But it's a risk with the fielder's position on the boundary.
Not sure he was intended to hit it in that direction. Probably wanted to hit it a little bit straighter. Probably his instructions are to play a little bit more aggressively, try to accumulate as many runs as he can.
I suppose there's a little point that Jaden Seals wants to prove as well, batting ahead of Shamar Joseph. We've seen Shamar Joseph with the bat before. This should bring him a boundary. Very well played from Jaden Seals.
National flag of Antigua and Barbuda flying high. It wasn't that bad a delivery. It wasn't a shot. Jaden Seals just played it well. Gave himself a bit of room. It was a good shot.
Gets a single off the last ball. It seems as though he wants to strike. Jaden Seals, 4-5 for 8. Two slips and a gully for Shariful Islam for Jaden Seals. He's over the wicket. He wants some bit of protection on the boundary leg side. Might want to utilize the short delivery. One of the slip comes out to short mid wicket to cut the single. And so he wants to keep him on strike. And want to bowl as many deliveries as possible to the number 10. He takes it on. Gets the single, gets off strike. What was your mindset secretly when you were batting with an established batter, someone who was very well set, like Graves is on a 112 at the moment? What was your main task?
To outscore him. No, it just depends on the situation. If it's called, if the situation is where you got to accelerate score quick runs. You would want to at least get the set batter on strike as often as possible. Not saying that if scoring opportunities present itself, you're not going to try and cash in. But my mindset would get him on strike as much as possible since he's the one in and going. Sticking with the short pitch deliveries to Jaden Seals. It's been a long, hard day for Bangladesh. When they took those 2 wickets very, very early this morning, the first over and then the third over, they probably thought to themselves, okay, we're in with a chance of dismissing the team quickly. That hasn't been the case.
More in optimism than anything else, that appeal. Good delivery though to go through the defenses of someone who's on 113. Looking for that Yorker on the stumps just offline. Joint highest first class score now for Justin Graves, 114. He scored versus Jamaica in 2017 in what is his only, well, previous only first class century. We're expecting another short delivery. It's been the plan of attack for Shariful. And it goes for the bluff. Goes full, but Jaden Seals is up to the task. And he hustles back for 3. So again, he retains the strike. Confidence from Seals for 32 for 8. Yeah, just look at those aquamarine waters. Just so inviting. I feel I can go there right now, given the weather conditions that we're facing. "365 beaches." Well, 362 minutes is what Justin Graves has been occupying the crease for in this innings. Where is this secretly? What part of the island? Seems as though that looks like Jolly Beach, does it? Jolly Harbour? what a day to be out there. Just a bit of treatment for Justin Graves, might be cramping up in his hand. And over 300 minutes he's been batting for. And his previous run of form leading into this, he's been spending a lot of time out in the middle. Tremendously fit young man. All right, Mehedi to Jaden Seals. Round the wicket, Mehedi. Makes connection. First 6 for Jaden Seals. Wonderful strike. Against the wind or not.
Certainly was a good strike. Made his intentions very clear from the time he arrived, from the time he got to the crease.
Catch it, Hassan, आराम से.
Yeah, in there. Fielder settles, fielder takes the catch. Hassan Mahmood, so looking to repeat a career best score though for Jaden Seals in Test match cricket. Looking to accelerate and to score quickly. This time more height than distance.
He's not a happy man, Jaden Seals. Didn't get the distance this time. Just a few strides back. Took it quite comfortably, even though he fell over in the end. And Mahmood. Jaden Seals is gone. For 18, 438 for 9.
Shamar Joseph, last man in for the West Indies. Top score of 36. And that was in his debut innings. He too can give it a smack. What's needed though? What's the thinking? What's the plan? What's the target? Now, this is the reason why he's here. 6 of the previous delivery looking to repeat. A good tumbling catch.
Oh yeah!
290s, 97 and 90 for Louis and Anthony's. Graves converted.
Catch it, Hassan, आराम से.
In the air, just wide of the fielder, gets a single, takes the strike. Graves doesn't mind not being on strike. 439 for 9. Yeah, Graves just shaking that left hand of his where he has been experiencing some cramps. Shariful continues. Good fielding restricts them to just one. How does Graves play this now, Secretly?
It just depends on what the instructions are. Go on the attack. Try to get as many as possible. Or just play normal. Obviously, Jaden Seals, who was just dismissed, was on the aggressive side. I reckon that was his instructions. Shariful bowling his left arm seamers from around the wicket. He was no balled in his previous over, not for overstepping, but for stepping on that return crease.
That's in there. Does it fall safely? It does. Fortune favors the Graves.
Looking to hit it through the onside.
That was hit with some ferocity. He really puts everything into it. Shamar Joseph, powerfully drilled.
No, not much pace in the surface. Advanced down the track. Shariful saw him come in, dropped it short, but it just stood up and was smacked hard by Shamar Joseph.
Well, quick runs, that's the plan. Clear intent from the West Indian batters now. 205 is the joint most balls faced in a first-class innings by Justin Graves. So lots of firsts in this first innings for the West Indies. Anticlimactic end. Dot 10, 4-4, 6 for 9. Yeah, reflecting on that dismissal from off Jaden Seals. That one is the one that was struck for 6. And then slightly fuller from Mehdi bringing about the wicket. A little bit more bounce perhaps. This should be a boundary. So very good batting from Shamar Joseph.
And that boundary brings up the 450 for the West Indies. And immediately, a change in the field. Good use of the feet. Got to the pitch and hit it away.
Well, that's the declaration, it seems. So they got to 450. That was their target. And as soon as they got there, they've been called out. What a remarkable performance, though, from Justin Graves, being hugged by Shamar Joseph. Yes, you can smile, Justin. This will live in your memory and in the memory of many others for a long, long time. Raise that bat, soak in this moment. It is something to savor. First test match done in only his third test. A wonderful overall batting performance from the West Indies. Lost a couple wickets early in the first session on day one, but fought back dutifully. Some healthy partnerships along the way, 140 between Graves and Roach today, which really put them in this very strong position. And Craig Brathwaite fell early for just 4. Louis fell 3 shy of what would have been his first test match done. 90 for Alec Athenese, but Graves, the standout batter for the West Indies, and Roach falling short of what would have been his first test match half century. 450 for 9 declared.
Was totally tough going for all the Bangladeshi bowlers. They toiled long and hard. 3 wickets for the impressive Mahmood. 2 each for Taskin and Mehedi. 1 for Taijul. But it was really tough going on this surface for the bowlers.
And we'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll get closer to the Bangladesh reply.
Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua, the West Indies have completed their innings. A declaration came on 450 for 944.1 overs. The innings underlined by a maiden test 100 by Justin Graves. Courtney Walsh alongside me. He was superb.
He was superb. Timing was exquisite. Running between the wickets was great. His discipline and his composure was excellent. He pounced on everything that was bad and played some very good shots in between that time. The shot to bring up his 100 was a classic. Here he goes celebrating. Well played, Justin Graves. You can see him scoring all around the ground. Just look at the wagon wheel. Both sides. The tempo of his innings was excellent. His partnership with Roach was top draw as well. The Bangladeshi bowling, Mahmood picked a lot with 3 for 87. Taskin got 2 from yesterday, none today. Although he'll probably think that he should have had Justin Graves when he did not appeal. Tijul 1 for Nelson, which is 1 for 111, and Captain made 2 for 99. These are the wickets on day 1. Taskin getting Craig Brathwaite. Second one, look at the celebration. And then this Hodge would be very disappointed with the run out. Some good cricket on the outfield by Bangladesh. He had to go. And after the partnership, he would be very, very disappointed. And so would he. Both getting out in the 90s. And today, the silver, umpire's call. A beautiful catch. Been out, and that to me was probably the ball of the day to get rid of Kemar Roach. Jason Steele decided to go heavy. Just holding out a good catch in the end. And then the declaration came. This morning I said West Indies would have been very happy if they got to 350. Well, they have bettered that. They've got to 450 for 9. So they must be very happy. Plan is in place. And it's now up to the bowlers to try to make some inroads in the last session that we have for today.
Greg Brathwaite reinforcing some last moment thoughts on the plans that they would have discussed. More than likely it will be Jaden Seals and Kemar Roach, I would think, to share the new ball. Both guys depend on swing a lot more than Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph do. Kumar Dharmasena, World Cup winner in 1996 with Sri Lanka on the right. Nitin Menon, his partner. "27 overs remaining, light and weather permitting, to close out day 2. In that time, Craig Brathwaite and his bowling unit will be hoping. Usually you sit down and you say, guys, 27 overs, what's the minimum number of wickets that would satisfy us? And you'd think 3 as a minimum. More would be a bonus for Bangladesh. The openers will be hoping that they can stave off as many of these overs as possible. Weary legs, tired minds for the opening batters.
It will be a challenge for them. They've been in the field for almost 2 days. Weary legs, as Bishop has mentioned. Tired minds, a little bit of fatigue will set in. All the West Indian bowlers should be fresh. It will be interesting to see who Craig entrusted with. Will it be senior bowler and Kemar Roach? It seems that way. He will do what he has always been doing for the last couple of seasons, open the attack. He hasn't been playing a lot of cricket, so this will be a good test to see his match fitness. But we know his caliber as a fast bowler and what he has delivered and what he can deliver. And with his experience, I would expect him to try to get these batters to play as much as possible to try to make those early inroads. As Bishop mentioned, the West Indies will be looking for at least 3 wickets tonight. More will be bonus.
Zakir Hassan, 100 on Test match debut against India back in 2022 in Chattogram. Mamadou Hassan Joy scored a wonderful 100 in the Under-19 World Cup back in 2020, a stop-start sort of scoring in his Test match career. Will it in swing for Kemar Roach? A little bit short, and Bangladesh take the single and get their innings underway.
Well, they've showed intent immediately. They're not going to just sit back and relax. They're going to be keen to get every runs that's possible, which I think is the right thing to do. That will keep the fielders, the bowlers on their toes, and once they keep the scoreboard ticking and rotating, should be in their best interest. The field for Kemar Roach, he's got 3 slips, a 40 slip gully wise, point as his catchers.
That's an angle that Kemar Roach certainly post his injuries after returning to the international game in the UK. I think you're going back to what, 2017. That round the wicket angle has served him very, very well. Not as pacey as he was when he started his career by any stretch of the imagination, but he gets the ball to angle in and then move away. A little bit of movement there, maybe needs to be a little fuller.
Yes, it's his trademark. I've had discussions with him on it, and sometimes says just to mix it up a little bit, you can go back over the wicket for 1 or 2. But I think he's so comfortable with it and he does it so well. He just sticks with it, using the angle coming around the wicket and then taking it away from the left-hander. Excellent bit of bowling. Just a touch wide on that occasion.
Kevin Sinclair in the slip cordon on the field for Justin Graves. Touch short from Kemar Roach. He want to drift fuller, maybe even risk being driven with this new ball in order to find the edge or breach the inside or outside edge.
Well, as I said earlier, I'm not sure how many match cricket he has been played, so maybe match fitness would be the only question, but with his experience and his skill set, it would not be questioned.
Much fuller. One without loss. My understanding is he has been doing some work back in Barbados with Roddy Estwick, the former West Indies fast bowling coach, in the absence of any organized cricket in the last few weeks.
Well, you have called it right, Bishop. It's Jadon Seals to take up slack from the Sir Andy Robertson. 62 wickets at 23 is not bad. I have high hopes and respect for this young man once he stays fit. Natural athlete, swings it about a little bit with good pace, and he will only get better by playing.
Kevin Sinclair's birthday today. Will he get the away swing, Seals? It's stopped by Mikhail Louis. He's had a really good year in Test match cricket, Jadon Seals. A successful county stint at Sussex. His most successful series in England with 13 wickets, followed by 12 against South Africa. 6-wicket haul in the last Test match that he played in Guyana. He swung the ball, according to our data, more than anyone else in the Test game in the last 12 months or so.
That's his natural attributes, and once he's got that under control, he's got good pace as well to trouble any batter. So once he's swinging it, he'll be happy. Just needs to get into his rhythm.
He struggled to swing the white ball. Bat until the cows come home. That'll be the message to the Bangladesh openers. The cows are going home, so you've got to bat till well past that.
Yes, and something that they do pretty well in India is that on Heed, they put a couple of those fellas on the grill. So certainly they buy them from across the border in India. Here comes to Bangladesh, and then they're on the grill. So they'll definitely want to bat until these cows come home.
Change in the field. Craig Brathwaite has removed a square leg and he's gone into first slip. So 7-2 field.
I think the reason for that, Bish, is because of the swing. They know he can get, and he's shaping out nicely already. And at this stage of the game, you don't want a ball to be going in between that gap. So I think it's quite right that he has set it up like that, giving Jadon Seals something to look for, and any nick that carries, there's a catcher in place.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but he held on to it, Joshua Da Silva. Maiden over, 1 without loss. Late movement from an upright seam almost found Joshua Da Silva moving past the initial trajectory. That's where Roach has been able to supplement some of what is his natural shape away from the left-hander by just getting it to hold the line, and it's the one that moves away from Zakir in 2024 that have proved most effective against him. I think it's been a story of most of Bangladesh's batters, particularly left-handers, even going back to Tamim Iqbal early in his career. A bit loose outside or troubled outside the off stump.
Misfield by Seals, giving up an easy single. By Joseph, sorry, pardon me. Roach will not be happy. But as you're right to say, Ian, Fish, that area that they showed us just on the pitch map is where once you get any movements from there, the batters are going to be under a little bit of pressure. A little bit sloppy by Alzari. And from a bowling perspective, you should know you don't want to give away any single off your own bowling.
Loves this venue. Kemar Roach, leading wicket taker here with 50 wickets. And generally across his career, good record against Bangladesh. He's worked them over at this venue in times past. And that has just held its line. Couple more runs. You get a chance to see Courtney, a better judge of the surface after both teams have bowled on it. Of course, you have to go to Seals and Roach because it's when they, particularly with Roach now, most effective with the ball swinging. And Zari Joseph and Shamar Joseph can occasionally swing the ball, but can go into the pitch with greater effect than previously mentioned too.
And with that said, how long would Brathwaite keep on his two swingers off the ball? Would be very interested, because if it's not happening for them, then you'd want to give someone like Alzari or Shamar a bite of the new ball pretty early to see what pace they can get off the wicket. So it's going to be interesting to see how long he perseveres if nothing is happening with Roach or Seals for that matter. But as you're right to say, we know that Alzari can get steep bounce and Shamar Joseph can oscillate with pace off the wicket.
Four without loss.
Slightly. Traction. Leg stop. Middle.
Justin Grace back on the field after his magnificence in notching up his maiden Test 100. And good to see a short legging, to be honest. Love to see that, even for Kemar Roach, just initially, with the way that he gets the ball to in swing to right-handers and away from left. Also when the right-hander is on strike because of that inward movement.
Another field change, or is Justin going back off the field? You see, he came out and touched his hamstring just a little bit, and it seems as if he's heading back off again, so he's not happy with what is happening. Maybe it's a bit of cramp. We're hoping. But I noticed when he bent down in the slip, he touched the hamstring just a little bit and then he's back off. So slight concerns, but until we get a full report, we are hoping that it's just cramp. So the birthday boy is back out again in Sinclair. In the third slip region, there he is. And you'll be thinking, well, if something come my way, I don't want to make sure I hang on to it. Getting people up, telling them, come on, he wants to get in it. He's not playing, but he's still involved. Very good to see.
All right, Seagulls will want to make Zaki play a little bit more, and the point about having the man under the helmet is for the one that nips back in can be inside edged onto the pad or thigh pad, or movement brings short leg into play, or the use of the short ball. So you're opening up all the options by bowling a little bit straighter.
As they would say, you don't want to waste the new ball. You want to try to make the batsman play as much as possible. That's what he should be thinking.
Got to make him play.
Attempted short delivery, but still, batsman doesn't have to play. With only 27 overs this evening, another 23.2 remaining, you want to try to make them play as much as possible. And for me also, I think that rotation of the bowlers could be or should be key. Try to keep everyone fresh and give everyone a chance to utilize what might be there in a short session this evening. That's better. You want to keep him playing as much as possible. As Bishop pointed out earlier, the success with this season in the UK as well would have helped. And fast bowling is about confidence, rhythm, and self-belief. And once his confidence goes up, early wicket would set his confidence on a sky high. And once he gets into good rhythm, he's got the ability to trouble batsman on any surface.
Go a little fuller. Another maiden over, 4 without loss. Bangladesh came here to the Caribbean to win their first overseas series in 2009, a series in which the career of Kemar Roach in Test cricket kicked off. But since that series, in matches they've played in the Caribbean, Test matches, they've only once had a first innings total above 200. Roach himself picked up 5 for 8 in a wonderful new ball spell here in 2018. Skittled out Bangladesh for just over 40. So given the difficulties of the series against South Africa for Bangladesh at home recently, where batting struggled, we're looking at the surface and it looks to have settled significantly since yesterday morning. So these guys are going to have to work very hard. And remember, the West Indies haven't chosen a frontline spinner.
Don't mind that they shoot a little bit fuller. You don't mind being driven if the ball is doing a little bit. But as you mentioned earlier, Ian, these will have to do a little bit of bowling as well.
Yeah, this morning before the start of the day's play, Carty with his off-spin, Afanese with his off-spin, Kovem Hodge, who generally bowls more than both Carty and Alec Afanese in domestic cricket. Over 60 first-class wickets for him. Prepping themselves for the eventuality if they were needed to bowl a few overs.
And that is good to see, because I'm a believer that every batsman should be able to roll his arm over. So it's good to see these batters practicing before they get a chance in the middle. So whenever called upon by the captain, they can do that job. The slip squadron getting lively, making some noise, geeing up the bowlers, led by Sinclair, the birthday boy. Here is Sinclair still leading the choir.
Batting conditions look pretty good so far. 5 without loss.
Test match cricket at its best. Ebbs and flows of the game. If you go all the way back to early this morning when Hassan Mahmood struck in the first and third over of the day, many West Indian fans would have been having a few flashbacks and nightmares, thinking maybe it's under 300. But Justin Graves and the low order fought to 450. And now a bit of resolve, even though they're not scoring quickly, Bangladesh, but a bit of resolve being shown by the openers. The chat from the slip cordon is let him play. And great to see a few members of the West Indies Academy here watching the next generation. Carlin Bowen Tuckett, top left, Teddy Bishop, top right, and Zishan Motara, center of screen. They've been in and out, different personnel, but they'll be hoping to be inspired. Good day to Atta Ali Khan.
This pair of Mahmudullah Hassan Joy and Zakir Hassan will be eyeing to put in a good opening partnership. There is a hint of movement there. Important for them to be able to understand how a batter needs to go about, especially when the new ball is in operation. We saw in that partnership when the second new ball was taken, how they managed to handle it. Very strong slip scoring. Haven't been able to pierce the gap. Absolutely fine. You really don't need to get frustrated. If it's there, fine. The more time you bat in the middle, you will start to feel a lot more comfortable. West Indies will be looking to make early inroads. They haven't given anything away. It's just a sixth over. 5 on the board.
Yeah, and the discipline's been good from the West Indies, and it was one of the things coming into the series Atta many would have been curious about, given the fact that really only Kemar Roach, playing a couple county games after the South Africa Test series, has had some semblance of red ball experience. Seals has been in the one international squad. Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph have featured in both white ball squads. And yes, I know you always try to hit that good length, but the discipline factor is much higher, far higher in the test format. And so far in these first 6 overs, they've been good. We'll see how he goes a bit later on. That almost looked like a nick, but it's just a bit of late swing. And Seals has a word or two. 5 for none.
If we talk about the discipline, but have a look at this shot from Mahmudullah Sanjoy. Late movement once it crossed the batter. As a batter, you need to leave that and leave that to the keeper. Too wide to even to try to attempt to play that shot.
A return to Test cricket for Alzari Joseph, who missed the last Test series, was rested. He's from All Saints here in Antigua, about a 15-minute drive away. And this will be a special time for him, playing cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's played 5 Test matches here at his home venue. 19 wickets. But his control of length will be what West Indian fans will be looking at in this opening spell. 3 slips in the gully. Fuller side, and only his 6th Test match this year. Alzari Joseph, he's developed into the leader of the West Indian bowling attack in all 3 formats, and the management of his workload has been something that Andrew Kohli, head coach of the Test team, Darren Sammy, head coach of the white ball team, have had to work together on, which is why he was rested for that South Africa series. But from the CPL to Sri Lanka, then to the England series a couple weeks ago, he's done a lot, and a lot of white ball bowling.
Yeah, you can see the release, and you can see that what he's trying to do is bringing it back to the left-hand Zakir Hassan. There you go, one more time. Zakir Hassan made his debut against India in Chattogram, December 2022, and he picked up 100 on debut in the 2nd innings. He also has 450s to his name. absolutely important for him to get his eye in. He's looked pretty decent so far. He's looked organized, composed, getting behind the line of the ball and picking up what he's trying to do as a bowler.
Peach from Joseph, and good start on a good length.
So Zakir Hassan needs to see that a little bit earlier. Just rolling the wrist over. So instead of ball getting back into the left-hander, it goes away. That is a lovely delivery. That's what he can produce with the ball. You need to be very watchful.
Short leg, left of screen. Just to keep that short ball at the back of his mind. Haven't seen it yet. Good over, good start. Maiden, 5 for none. Really is important for this Bangladesh batting lineup to find runs. Haven't conceded a run as yet. Hasn't conceded a run. Seals. There it is, first one. But so important after faster bowlers have toiled to Bangladesh. They've bowled their heart out, tasking that 6-over spell earlier today. And for a number of times this year, with the exception of the Pakistan series, the bowling has done well, Bangladesh that is. But the batting hasn't given them enough time off their feet and hasn't supported their efforts. There's nothing more that Taskin, Hassan, Mahmood, and the other bowlers would want more than to spend an entire day tomorrow, or at least today and 3/4 of the day tomorrow, off their feet, at least. West Indies won't mind this because it brings that slip cordon into play, but it is a first boundary for Zakir.
You know, Bangladesh has had their problems in the past with the top order. It's still a little bit too wide, isn't it? And it was in the air, but in control from Zakir. Really went after it. Up and over for a boundary. Tamim Iqbal used to open the innings for Bangladesh and played for a long time. But it's now up to these two. They've left out Shadman Islam, was not picked in this 11. Even Mahmudul Hassan Joy, the right-hander, has 100. That was against South Africa, away from home. In South Africa.
I was reading about Zakir actually, Atta, and saw that he said he came up at the domestic level mainly batting 3 and 4. He batted 3 in the last series against South Africa, where they opted to go with Shadman and Joy at the top and Zakir at left hand at 3. So interesting that he's sort of rotated and fluctuated between that opening position and this one. Would require a different skill set at times, especially if the new openers can see off that new ball. said that Test 100 in 2022 on debut, but no Test 50s in 11 innings for Zakir Hassan.
That has been the issue. Shouts of 2, they'll come back comfortably for the second. As a player, you need to develop yourself in that frame of mind, how to go about your innings in the longest format. One error will send you back to the pavilion. So many round the bat in the slip score, and there is a fielder at short leg also. To be able to survive the new ball, then batting will get easier. Lets it go to the keeper. 12 without loss.
Jaden Seals, good effort for that first 4-over spell. First time he conceded runs was in that 4th over. And he said after the control of length, and Alzari Joseph's control of length would be what West Indian fans will be keeping a keen eye on, because the last time he played Test cricket in England, he went up 5 runs and over. Correction, 6 runs and over. 5 runs and over has been his economy throughout the year, which is expensive in Test cricket. But when you analyze the length that he bowled, anytime he varied away from that good length, England were quick to score. When he was full, they scored at 6 runs and over. Short, 4 runs and over. But when he did hit the good length, 2 runs and over. So he has seen where he's gotten the most success. He admitted, he was the first to admit that he wasn't at his best in that series, and many will be keeping a keen eye on his control in this series for longer periods.
We saw from the Bangladesh seamers that quite a lot of lateral movement available for each and every one. Hassan Mahmood, Taskin Ahmed, even Shariful Islam. And if you look at the bowlers operating in this innings for West Indies, we haven't seen that much movement, that much lateral movement, which should give the batters a little bit more time to think about their innings, because if there is lateral movement happening for the bowlers, it can get difficult if they can pitch it in the right areas.
Nice change up after going and being consistent on that good length with the short leg in place. It keeps Joy thinking about the short one.
It was his 3rd test when he picked up that 100 against South Africa in South Africa. Mahmudul Hassan Joy. Both the batters will be expecting few short pitch deliveries from the seamers.
Put down. Mikael Louis not often is in the slip cordon. That is the first chance going to begging for the West Indies.
Again, the hint of movement. No, should have been taken. Should have been taken. I thought also Mahmudul Hassan Joy was caught in 2 minds, whether to play at it or leave it. A little bit too late. The ball had already gone, had the bat and gone to the gully area. There you go. Thought he was trying to leave it. Pretty straightforward chance there.
Maiden over to Alphanan. Really has been unlucky last couple of months. Azari Joseph, ODI series, catches going down off his bowling, overthrows. And Seals will continue. West Indies have created their first chance.
Both the openers have had their struggle. The best opening partnership between these two have been only 47, which came against Sri Lanka. So very important for the openers to find a method, high and also down the leg side. Not only to be able to survive, but when you do survive, then you take good decision in terms of the shot selection.
Wide of Louis at that gully position. Second time Zakir has scored in that area with a similar shot.
Yes, once the width is on offer, that is even betterly played into the ground and goes in the vacant area for another boundary. A little bit too wide from Jaden Seals. As an opener, when you start to leave the ball to the keeper, just trying to pass a message that he knows where his off stump is, what it does to the bowler, that he's forcing the bowler to bowl a little bit closer. That's what you want to do as an opener. The problem is that once in a while we've seen that sudden rush of blood to be able to play certain shots that does not need to be attempted. We saw that earlier from Mahmudullah Sanjoy, lucky to survive.
Great control in the shot. Another boundary through point against Jaden Seals. Good from Bangladesh.
Yeah, that area has been profitable for him. Intentional, again up and over. Too short, too wide. Gets the treatment.
It's an angle from over the wicket that at times has gotten Zakir in the past, but if you look at his body of runs, so many have come between deep third and cover. So strong square, offside, and sometimes behind square as well. Now, because he does play those shots, it does bring slips into play. Seals will have to remember that. Tries to correct it and goes straighter.
There is a bit of a movement here for the bowlers. They've got to get it right. It is left and right in combination. The moment they cross over, they need to change those line and lengths. Back of the length on top of the off stump is what they need to do. Be a little bit more disciplined in that area will certainly make life a little bit more difficult for the batters if they can manage to do that.
Maybe Seals coming to the end of a spell. Will we see Shamar Joseph from that Sir Andy Roberts end? He's got his man, Seals, after being hit for 3 boundaries. Similar length, but much closer. And more problems and concerns for Bangladesh and their batting lineup.
Undone with some extra bounce also. Much better from Jaden Seals after being hit for a couple of boundaries in this over. He come back strongly. Look at that line. Little bit closer. Yep, it's the bounce inside edge and goes on to hit the stumps. He cannot believe it. He picks up his first wicket. Bangladesh loses their first. Zakir Hassan goes for 15. And it is 20 for 1.
A disappointment for Zakir Hassan in Bangladesh after the first 10 overs losing their first wicket. Time for the Blue Waters drinks break. Mominul Haq has come to the crease after Zakir Hassan, averaging just 17 in Test cricket. Adjustment of line from Jaden Seals after being hit for 2 boundaries in the over. That angle again getting and tempting Zakir. Just barely brushed the stumps. They say when preparation meets opportunity, you get luck.
Yeah, what a delivery. What a delivery. Look at the seam presentation also. Good carry, good pace. Mominul Haq, former captain, left-hander. Need to be at his best. Just over 4,000 runs in Test cricket. 2050s and 1300s.
Yeah, Mominal will have an important role. First of all, to get through the remaining time in the day. Under an hour to go, 16 overs. They have to do well to get those in, the West Indies, with pure pace attack. But hasn't had the best of times coming to the Caribbean. 5 tests in the West Indies. Average just 14. Couple of 50s though, back in 2014. Two test hundreds against the West Indies, both came at home in Bangladesh.
Yeah, 13 test hundreds for Momin ul Haq. The most by a Bangladesh player in test cricket. In different conditions here. Ball moving around. Signal to no ball. Yeah, I think it's the case of getting used to that bounce that they don't usually need to face. That's the one, just overstepping back home. Never easy. You need to find a method here to be able to go and score.
Really nice grouping of length from Alzari Joseph. Good start. 17 deliveries, just the 1 runs. And also, the control has been good.
Yeah, watch out for the one that when he tries to bring one back in. Couple of deliveries, it's just gone away from the right-hander.
Or the short ball with short leg and a deep fine leg. Edge found, catch taken. It's been a brilliant 3-over spell from Joseph. He's rewarded with the wicket of joy.
A couple of deliveries before that, he had gone on to leave it. But this time, it's a little bit fuller and a little bit closer. Lovely, lovely delivery. Finds the edge and an easy catch taken. Another one goes. It's Mahmudul Hasan Joy. Departs for 5. Bangladesh 21 for 2.
Bangladesh 21-2.
Shahadat Hussain replacing Mahmudul Hasan Joy. Zari Joseph will be happy. Mikhail Louis will be happy. And the reason Mikhail Louis will be happy is because he dropped Hasan Joy on 5 in Alzari's second over. Excellent seam position from Alzari Joseph. More importantly, catch held comfortably. Three slips, two gullies. Hello, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Hello, Bish. Very, very good start by the West Indies. Couple of wickets already taken. One for that man on screen, Jaden Seals, and the other to Alzari Joseph.
Still got to find the in-between length, I believe, Jaden Seals. And he got Zakir in that over. From round the wicket, it was a touch wide. From over the wicket, it was a touch wide. And look at the bat of Zakir. Again, initially thinking about going square of the wicket with that punch shot, but the little bit of movement back into him cramped him for the room. I still think Seals can get his length a little bit fuller. Not half volleys, but a little bit closer without over pitching.
Especially to these batters, because they're not very tall, so they won't get that big stride in. So yes, I agree, he can do a touch fuller, try to force them to drive just short of driving range with all those, well, a packed slip cordon.
Kevin Sinclair is the typical Energizer bunny. Getting closer to that length, getting closer. Stump high or just above stump high. Yep. Much better length.
Still some sea movement for the fast bowlers. Not a very quick surface, but still sea movements.
$21 for 2. Lights are on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound. As we approach Christmas, it has that tendency to get dark a little bit earlier at this stage of the year. So I can only surmise and guess how much longer play can go on before the umpires start getting suspicious with their measurement of the light.
Yes, once it gets to like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, lights started to fade. So I suspect we won't play for much longer after that 5 o'clock hour.
Good work by Jaden Seals. Like buys. Shahad at 22 years of age, just 4 test matches. That is the front foot press if ever there was one. Alzari gave him the steer because the left leg was quickly out of the blocks.
Well, if you're a big front foot player, I'm sure Alzari Joseph knows what to do to keep him off that front foot. Oh yes, oh yes, I like that.
It was unexpected when you saw the steer, the look that Alzari gave him 2 balls ago after he pressed forward.
Kevin Sinclair always chirping. Energizer Bunny. He does enjoy his cricket.
Very good from Alzari Joseph. He's got a great wrist position and at his best gets that shape with the new ball from a full length.
Look at the seam pointing towards the slip. And a good length as well. A little bit late in coming forward, Shahadat, just because of the short delivery, the previous one. Didn't want to commit. Kevin Sinclair, always in the game. Never short of a few words to his bowlers.
Terrific over, 23 for 2. West Indies 450 for 9 declared. Bangladesh trailing by 427, 23 for 2. Joseph is joined by Shamar Joseph into the attack. Different types of bowlers. Jaden Seals will swing it back into the left-hander. Roach will swing it away from the left-hander. Shamar off the pitch largely will go across the left-hander, whereas it's a different shape from Alzari. 5 for 33 in the first innings of the last test match he played against South Africa in Ghana. But none of this bowling group have played red ball cricket since Roach last played in early September. So I think for me, Sir Kirtley Ambrose and folks at home, the challenge is twofold. One for Alzari and Shamar and Jaden to have the muscle memory to find the right length, which we know is critical muscle memory and practice. But also what you're starved of when you don't play red ball cricket is the discipline of mind to be patient enough on a good length. You're always rushing it in white ball cricket and thinking one ball at a time rather than overs and spells.
What I find with this surface, Bish, whenever the bowlers bowled a little bit too straight. The ball hardly does anything. But as soon as you're just on top of off stump or just a little bit outside off stump, maybe fourth stump, tends to seam a lot, which is a little bit strange.
A couple of balls ago, very close to nothing behind the front line, but the umpire deemed that there was a smidgen. First point of contact, obviously just a reminder to viewers and new viewers, no matter how much it slides forward that left foot, it's the first point of contact on which the legality of delivery is judged. That's one way to disrupt the bowler, left-right combination. .26 for 2. Again, they do it, that's good. Don't think Alzari will mind too much because Shahadat has shown from a fast bowling perspective waving a little bit of a red rag there with his press forward and the bat away from the body. Squaring up Momino, little man.
He's getting the ball to shape away quite nicely from the right-hander, Alzari Joseph. So I don't think he would mind bowling quite a few to the right-hander, Shahadat in this instance.
Important thing for Alzari's length. Nikhil talked about him going at 6.13 and over the England series, partly because he was really nowhere, either too short then or too full or too wide. Here he's a little bit closer to that good length against Hassan Joy, which eventually led to the dismissal. So he can be at the front edge of that good length if he wants to.
I do like his thinking, Alzari Joseph, trying to keep those deliveries on a good length and occasionally slip in a short one just to keep Shahadat honest. let him know don't take liberties sticking that front foot out too early, because I have the ability to get it up chest and head high.
Kevin Sinclair is knocking me out. Light is closing in. I don't know how much longer they'll be out there. $27 for 2. Yeah, good. Good to get a short leg in for Muminul Haq. Helmeted Casey Carty. Very deep.
Beautifully bowled by Shamar Joseph. Look at the movement. As I've said time and time again, this surface offers something for the fast bowlers. The spinners too, not very pacey, but there is some assistance. And from time to time, we see the ball going past the edge of the bat.
Just as a bowler, when that happens, if it was doing a lot more on the first day and the first morning. So you felt like almost every other ball, you can try to create something. It started to do less in comparison to yesterday. So you've got to space out what I think are your wicket-taking deliveries a little bit longer and wait for that moment, as you said, where the odd delivery does something. Vacant territory, but opportunities being created in the gloom.
Looking to play on the onside. Could have gone anywhere. But fortunately for him, Shahadat went over the slip cordon down to the vacant third man area. Shamar Joseph wouldn't mind that too much.
Additional fielder in the slip cordon.
That slip cordon, Bish, reminds me of you in your heyday. You know, I was all alone down at Fine Leg, watching the spectacle.
Blame me. Call my name if you don't want to call yours.
Watching you chipping some edges, that outswingers to the right-handers with high pace. Don't forget that.
It was absolutely the reverse.
I also remember your debut for the West Indies, Bridgetown, Barbados in 1989 against India. Ian Raphael Bishop, 6 for Spit. Never got a chance to take a wicket. I was isolated on a third man and finally.
Good stop by Kavem Hodge. 32 for 2. Darryl, who's a former national football player, so Kirtley informs me he might be the spiritual brother of Kevin Sinclair. Shouted every possible instruction.
He's always at the cricket and always have the most suggestions, and he does play table cricket and that kind of stuff as well. You know, he's a good athlete, very, very good midfielder. Plays for, well, played for the local team Param, just next door to us, the village next door, and of course played a lot of years for Antigua. They call him Dadai.
Roach into it, the attack, by the way. Football, a big thing here, of course. Sir Vivian's brother, Mervyn Richards, also played football for Antigua.
One of the best Antigua has produced. Anytime you're talking about footballers from Antigua, Mervyn Richards, affectionately called MR, Mervyn Richards, of course, yeah. One of the names that will always be called. So Vivian Richards also, another one. He got the name the Bull from his football days. He was a tough man on the field. So Richie Richardson is another one. All these guys are big footballers. So Richie had a choice, football or cricket. And of course he chose cricket. Winston Benjamin, myself, we all play football. Not at the same caliber of those guys.
Nothing for nothing. Keep going, boys.
A couple of the academy lads there again. .33 for 2.
A dominating day of Test match cricket for the West Indies. And you can tell that he is a West Indian fan for his reaction. Very pleased with what he's seeing. Yeah, the shadows lengthen across the ground. I mentioned yesterday that the sun sets quite early at this time of the year in this part of the world. Had a premature end yesterday due to a combination of bad light and a slight drizzle. Such an idyllic sunset here in Antigua. Courtney Walsh alongside me. Cuddy, this bowling display by the four-prong West Indian quicks, it has been sustained pressure from them, and they've been rewarded with a couple of wickets.
Yes, sustained pressure, but they bowled good areas, kept asking good questions. And I think with the mixture of extra pace, bounce, and a bit of swing, as the Bangladeshi batsmen guessing and thinking, but really good to see Alzari was bowling a very good length consistently. So did Shields. Was an appeal there. We're not sure if they're going to go up. He had a little fun at it. Those fans got interested, son Badri.
Yeah, what was that in terms of the shot? Just trying to ramp in Test match cricket at this stage of the day. He should have no business playing at that delivery. Imagine if there was something on that and that was the end of Monimal. That would have been quite something. Yeah, this is good. Really good pace from Alzari on the other side. Pace from Shamar on this side. Good bounce.
Keep them guessing, keep them thinking. The ball before was short. He decided to have an uppercut. This one was at the stumps. He had us to more or less play. And you want to keep the batsmen playing. Not a lot, a light left. We don't know how long we're going to go for here. Another wicket would be just what the West Indian team need.
It's such a different challenge for the batters. Some swing bowlers up front in Kimar Roach and Jaden Seals. And then a couple hit the deck type bowlers in Alzari and Joseph. So your technique is being tested in different ways. I just wonder, though, who the West Indies would turn to if the umpires recommend that spin bowlers be used because of the fading light. Remember, no specialist spin bowler in the West Indian 11. Yeah, good piece again from Shamar Joseph to finish 33 for 2. Substitute cartwheeling Kevin Sinclair. His birthday today. Always animated, always something to say.
The line meter has been out as well.
Animated, always. He's given directions and instructions as to how to play. Switching the bails, trying all manner of things. Might as well enjoy yourself, Kevin. Not directly involved in terms of the playing 11. Enjoy your birthday. The light meter is out, as we saw yesterday around a similar time. No Kevin Sinclair to bowl a spin for the West Indies, so it might be one of the batters if that decision is made. Yeah, I think they've given him the option. Does Craig want to bowl spin, or does he want to go off? So, as you'd expect, he's opted to bowl the spinner. Might be Kavem Hodge, the left-arm orthodox. He's bowled quite a bit in first-class cricket. So not altogether a part-timer. He has some skill.
Hey, he's not raising any hand on this one.
They'll want an attacking feel, I'll predict, because of the time of the day and the batters just looking to close up shop just to survive. Yeah, this was earlier today, having a trundle because he understands that he has a role to play given this 11 put on the park by the West Indies. Silly mid on, leg slip. And from this end, he'll just get the ball to drift into the right-handers, searching for another. What a start. Some turn. Nice pace from Kavem Hodge. Here's the one that goes on with the arm now. That will be tricky.
Catch it.
Nishad had scored a century recently for Chattogram division. In the National Cricket League back in Bangladesh, he captains that team. That was against the Barishal division, a member of that 2020 under-19 winning team for Bangladesh. Scored a 25 just a couple of days ago against the West Indies Select 11 at Coolidge. So much work to do for these two. Manimal, senior batter. And I suppose, Scotty, the best place to be as a batter at this stage of the day is at the non-strikers end.
Safest place to be, barring run-outs. Obviously, with his experience, Manuel is keen to get off strike. The light meters might be coming out again, even though the spinner is on. Having a little look, testing it, because it has gotten a little bit darker. But I think with the spinners, they will try to get this over completed.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair indicating to everyone that he's ready. They're ready. And just trying to get the game going. Yeah, you can just hear the oohs and the ahs from those close in. Too short from Kavem Hodge. Well negotiated 3 runs from that over, 36 for 2. Yeah, light still suitable for play, but the spinners must be in operation. West Indies without a specialist spinner, so they've turned to another part-timer now in Alec Athanaze. He too was having a bowl prior to the start of the day's play in anticipation for something like this. As a batter, you have to be switched on. Sometimes, because you see the part-timers on, you might just lose your concentration and your focus. And just look at that, folks. Really an amazing part of the world. Extra fielder in front for Monimal in a catching position. Just a single, so he's trying to get to that non-striker's end as quickly as possible. Yeah, this is what you get though from a bowler who, a player who isn't used to bowling regularly. You don't get that consistency. Few short deliveries, and to accentuate the issue is that he has to bowl to a right-left combination. So he has to make that adjustment. Four runs from that over, 40 for 2. Yeah, the umpires have deemed the light unsuitable for play and have called the day's play. Yeah, the youngsters seeing themselves on the big screen. Look at those smiles. And they've disappeared just like the players. Well, we've come to the end of the day's play, day 2 in this first test. 3 wickets falling in the third session. 2 from Bangladesh, but it has been a commanding performance from the West Indies. Firstly with the bat, and Justin Graves in particular. Alzari picked up a wicket, 1 for 2 in his 5 overs, so very economical, good pace and aggression. And they've restricted Bangladesh for 40 for 2 in their first innings. Yeah, just have a look then at the Bangladesh first innings scorecard. The openers fell cheaply, 5 and 15. Monimal has been there for 23 deliveries. Shahadat for 31 in a partnership of 19. Lots of work to do for these two and the others to come.
And that's the West Indies bowling. Roach, 4 for 6, 4 overs and 6 runs. Seals a wicket, 1 for 15. And Joseph, the other wicket taker, 1 for 2 from 5. I thought bowled pretty well today. Jamar Joseph with some pace. No wicket to his name, probably a bit unlucky. And then we had Hodge and Athanaze, 1 overs apiece, because we had also get some spin into play because of the fading light. At 40 for 2, Bangladesh would have been happier not losing the wicket. West Indies on the other one probably would have loved to have had at least 1 more wicket.
Yeah, good bowling from the West Indies in that little spell there. The West Indies, though, 450 for 9, only the second time this year that they have gotten to that score. But Justin Graves, what a performance maiden test match century, unbeaten, 115 for him. Louis and Anthony's 97 and 90. And then with the ball, Alzari Joseph and Seals, a wicket apiece, looking to get further inroads a little bit later on. Let's head pitch side then with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
A career best 47 today for Kemar Roach with bat in hand. Kemar, with bat in that knot, what was your main focus?
Obviously, we lost 2 wickets there, obviously with Josh and Alzari. So the plan was just to get a partnership, just keep taking some boxes, getting to 300, 350, 400. And I thought the communication between me and Justin was fantastic in the middle. He really made it easy for me. And then obviously I helped him in some areas as well. So I think the partnership obviously showed for itself, but I think the guys, we did a fantastic job.
What were actually the discussions in that partnership about him trusting you with the strike and be happy to give you the strike early in the overs?
Yeah, obviously me and Justin from the same country. So obviously he understands my batting ability. So he just backed me in the situation, and obviously it paid off. We're good mates. We have a very good conversations, obviously after cricket, outside of cricket and stuff. So I think that's what helped us in the middle.
And in 2015, 2016, Kemar, you guys actually opened the bowling together for Barbados. What did you see in his character and personality then that made you believe he could achieve things like this?
Oh, fantastic work ethic. He's definitely one that wants to learn. He asks a lot of questions, and this is the only we're seeing right now, but I've had big hopes for him from the time he started. Now he's really kicked on, and I'm urging him to just keep going. I think he did a fantastic job for us today, his first 100. But I think he has a lot more in him.
I know you guys don't focus much on milestones, the bowlers, batting-wise, but heartbreak a bit not to get that 3 extra runs for the 50?
The more heartbreak was not being there for Justin's 100. I wanted to hug him for the 100, man. I thought he batted excellently, but 50 is a 50 is all right. I know Jason's probably cursing me right now. He keeps telling me I have to get one before I go. But I think it was more important about getting the runs on the board for the team, and I think we did that today.
Well said. Your 4 fast bowlers, including yourself, put on 80 runs, Kemar. Is it time for fast bowlers to be getting a raise, especially in Test cricket?
Yeah, we should put one of us in the top 4. But I think we've always contributed in the lower end. I think from Jason, the engine room is obviously the middle order and down to the bottom. And I think we've done that for the last couple of years. So to get 400 runs on the board, 450, an amazing start for us as a batting group.
And what will be important for that bowling group on a big day 3 tomorrow?
Obviously, be consistent. It's a pretty good pitch. It's a pretty good pitch, but I think we're skillful enough to get 20 wickets. And I think some discussions tonight in the morning, I think we'll be fine for the rest of the Test match.
Well said and well done today.
Thank you.
Thank you. The man with the most wickets here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Idyllic sunset, what a beauty to look at. We'll take a short break. On the other side, some analysis of the day's play.
It is a wonderful sight when you come to the Caribbean, particularly here in Antigua with the sun going down on what has been a wonderful day of weather and an entertaining day of cricket. Second day of this first test. West Indies getting to 450 for 9. Justin Graves with his maiden test match 100. Mikhail Louis 97. Alec Athanaze 90 yesterday. Kemar Roach an important 47. Hassan Mahmood with 3 wickets. Taskin Ahmed with 2. And then Bangladesh 40 for 2 to close out this second day as the sun goes down and sets upon what has been an outstanding performance. And for those of you who are recently acquainted, nice romantic weather, but that's for another time. Justin Graves is here. Thank you very much for joining us, Sir Curtly Ambrose. Why are you laughing at her, Ali Khan?
I'm not laughing. I'm just listening to you.
Just get your mind right, okay? Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us. Justin, let me just start with my colleagues first. I know you walked a long way over at the complexion of the day, 40 for 2 after the West Indies got to 450. Your thoughts?
Well, when you look at how the day started, day 2, when West Indies started with 250 for 5, Bangladesh did manage to pick up a couple of wickets at that stage. Maybe the thought was maybe they could have gone and wrap up the West Indies innings as quickly as possible. But the gentleman on my left had different ideas. So with that massive partnership of 140, I thought they were disappointed in terms of the line and the lengths that they bowled initially. Obviously, there was a thought where we all discussed about why Shariful Islam was not used. He was used for only 2 overs. Maybe that's where they did not take the right decision. Remember, it is only his first test match as a captain, made this and mirages, but definitely missed a trick or two. In the end, big score for West Indies, and with the kind of a seam attack and the surface that we have seen, they've picked up 2. So it's difficult for Bangladesh to be able to do what they can do, what they did today, and maybe tomorrow start afresh. But definitely, it was all West Indies' way today.
Goodly, they're telling me we're going in order of height, so I'll have to jump to Justin Graves before I come back to you. Justin, congratulations on your maiden test match century. How does this feel for you?
Very, very special moment. You know, lots of hard work and, you know, started in Australia, you know, missing out in England, back again against South Africa, missed those 2 tests, and obviously to come here and just take the opportunity pretty much.
As you reflect, and you've had time to reflect on this 100, what pleased you most?
I'll have to say my fitness a little bit, running between the wickets. It's a big thing for me. I'm only hitting 4 fours, I think it was, so not a very big highlights package, but, you know, to push hard in the field, and Kemar Roach, the senior pro, you know, helping me out as well.
I want to come back to that, Justin. This is a moment that is etched in the minds of so many, including yourself, Sir Curtly. You've heard what Justin had to say there. What were your thoughts on the way he went about his business?
I thought he did a fantastic job. I mean, when I cast my mind back just a couple of weeks ago in the Super 50, when he made 3 centuries in succession, you know, had a word with him from time to time about his fitness and all that stuff. He's in the richest form of his life. And to have transformed that into test match cricket and to get his first 100, very, very pleasing, and I'm really happy for him.
Justin, as we look at that moment of your celebration there, talk us through, first of all, your mindset getting through the 90s and then getting to this.
Joe Melwarrican actually came on the field when I was on 92 or 93, and he was like, "You're not the same. You know, just go back to what you were doing up until you got into the 90s." And, you know, it kind of calmed me a bit as well. Kemar kept talking to me as well. But, you know, a very, very special moment for me, especially for my family as well.
Just so many thoughts there, Atta. You've had more centuries than I have, so you can speak to what you appreciated about that knock.
I think Justin looked so calm when he started to come into bat initially with Kemar Roach especially. And when you see that early wickets taken by Bangladesh today, he did not look in any sort of hurry. He looked so very patient, didn't bother about what was going around, and what he was doing was playing to the merit of the delivery, not looking to score runs quickly. It was batting time. I think that's the biggest thing that I've seen. And to be able to be successful in Test cricket in the longest format, I feel that youngsters watching this innings should learn a lot, especially the Bangladesh batters, because there are few youngsters still batting and will be batting tomorrow. If they can manage to hold on to their nerves and bat time, then sky's the limit.
I want to bounce two questions off you quickly. You talk about that batting time. Forget about the Bangladesh guys learning from any. We don't want them to be learning anything from you. It's guys like Mikhail Louis and Alec Afanese who got into the 90s before you. What did you perhaps glean from their approach, and what would you be able to say to them based on your experience? Don't be modest.
No, I had a chat with Mikhail at dinner last night, and you know, he was going back over some of the singles probably that he turned on, or some of the twos that he didn't run as hard. But you know, for me, everyone is different, and I think maturity has a lot to do with it. Mikhail is still new to first-class cricket, new to international cricket, so is myself. But in terms of being more responsible, you know, from me playing from Barbados and then going to the Windwards and into the Leewards, you know, responsibility is a very big thing for me at this point in time. So, you know, just being responsible, and as Ali Khan said, like, one ball at a time, never in a rush.
That partnership with Kemar Roach, we heard from Kemar not that long ago. What were some of the things that you chatted about and some of the things you enjoyed in that partnership?
Kemar was just saying, stay in the moment every single time. One ball at a time. Remember to stay positive, because that's my game as well. Positive for me doesn't mean hitting boundaries all the time. Positive for me means leaving the ball well, looking to get a single, and obviously if it's a bad ball, obviously you have the intent to put the ball away. So for me, just staying positive and having a clear mind. Kemar just spoke about it in the middle.
I'll apologize to my colleagues there. We don't have you for too much longer. We'll have these guys for the duration of a test match, so please forgive me. I don't want to mean to have you guys just standing there, but coming out of so much white ball cricket, Test cricket obviously, by its very nature, is a different game. How did you transition? Form is form, 300s, but how did you transition from a short format into the mindset and technical ability to bat as long as you did? And you said only 4 boundaries.
I had a chat with the coach and, you know, the analysts and a few others that I trust my game.
You do that quite often, don't you? You're always looking for information somewhere.
Yeah, it's part of me, man. Obviously, I want to keep learning. I want to keep improving my game, regardless on the format it is. But having come to Antigua from Trinidad, as you said, in 50-over cricket, you know, I asked a lot of questions in terms of, you know, the mindset in terms of Test cricket. Do I have to change much? Because, you know, batting at 6 is a very vital role in Test cricket. You know, a lot of people talk about knowing how to advance the game. But for me, positive intent, you know, I could run people into the ground, man. And, you know, I actually enjoy it. Batting long, being hungry, that's something Kemar Roach always told me. You got to stay hungry. And, you know, I just enjoyed it. You know, that's the truth. Staying in the moment and, you know, just enjoying it as much as I can.
Where's my camera? Can I have my camera? You heard that, young people? He said positive intent does not mean hitting 4s and 6s only. That's the mindset that so many young players are on the Caribbean. And finally, before I let you go, I know you hobbled across here. How's the body? You left the field?
Yeah, I'll be good. I'll be good for tomorrow, that's for sure.
Looking forward to bowling some overs?
Yeah, of course. I enjoy bowling as well. But for me, I learned a bit just now in terms of cramp from the S&C and the physio. You know, some things that I have to do, but, you know, just being out there and enjoying it and doing my best for the team.
I cannot tell you how pleased we are, how pleased I am for you knowing your journey and what you wanted and where you've come from. Thank you so much for getting across here to share with this global audience what you achieved today. Congratulations.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
You can hand your mic over to Orville. Justin Graves, after his maiden Test match 100. Sir Kirtley and Atta will stay with us here today. Sir Kirtley, the West Indies bowling this evening. We heard Kemar Rhodes say there just now, I don't know if you heard it, he says, it's kind of a good pitch, you know. It's kind of good now.
Yeah, it was never a quick surface from the start, but there's always some seam movement for the fast bowlers. It has gotten a little bit slower, but occasionally we still see some seam movements. So that should be encouraging for Kemar Roach and company.
How would you operate on that if it's only occasional, though? It's not ragging like it was perhaps in the first session and a half yesterday?
It's going to be very critical of the areas you bowled. It's not the type of surface where you can try to blast batters out. So you can't be thinking a wicket every delivery. So you got to set batters up, keep the pressure, give nothing away, and when you find that good delivery, there's always a chance of you to take a wicket. You've got to be patient.
Let's look at those 2 wickets that eventually came by virtue of what Sir Kirtley is talking about here and what you saw.
Well, the first one I thought he was just a touch unlucky because it just got big on him. Zakir, it was a bit closer. But a batter also needs to remember that even if the ball is on stumps and if it's a little bit high, you can still leave it to the keeper. Unlucky to get an inside edge, and it just somehow managed to flick the bails up. That's a poor shot. That's a poor shot from Mohammad Hassan Joy. It was moving away, could have left it alone, hung his bat out, straightforward chance in the slip. He was survived early on. So to be able to be successful here, that's the reason I said, look at someone like Justin Graves, what he did as a batter when he went in. He came at number 6, and he saw the second new ball off, and then when he did that, he managed to start scoring runs, looking to rotate strike, not to look for boundaries, looking to rotate the strike. I think that is the key on this kind of a surface.
I know it's getting late. The groundsmen are pulling the covers behind us. The sun is almost completely gone. I just want to reflect on those 2 wickets again, Sir Kirtley, with you. And particularly, I'm looking at the first one with Jaden Seals and the seam up after the ball pitched and how late it started coming back into Zakir. Let's have a look at this again.
He's got the knack of swinging the ball away from the right-hander, which means into the left-hander. Look at the seam position. And prior to that, there was a couple of deliveries that he went for the cut shot. Yes. This one, he went for the cut shot again, but it bounced a bit and was a bit closer. Cramped in for room, hence the dismissal. Azari Joseph was perfectly set up. There was a few delivery just outside off stump where he left alone. That one was a bit closer, got the edge, wicket. Perfectly good setup from Azari Joseph.
And so just a reflection on the West Indies seamers, you expect the odd short ball, 41% in a good length or short of a good length, 38% on a good length. So that's more of what they want to see with the 38% in a good length. The 2 wickets came just short of that good length. So that's something they look at as we go into day 3, weather permitting. What do you want to see from the bowlers in the first session of day 3?
I think they should come out in a positive frame of mind to try and take a couple of wickets early. From my experience, batters are most vulnerable at the start of the innings. So if the bowlers can probe and ask some questions early to try and get a couple of wickets, they should be okay.
And I just want to throw the same question to you with the preface that since that series won here in 2009 by Bangladesh, they have never, Bangladesh, gotten to 300 in any first innings of a test match here in the Caribbean. How do they react tomorrow?
Well, they need to stay positive. I mean, today is over. Forget about what happened today. But tomorrow when they come on to bat, they'll be looking to bat and bat well, not to lose early wickets. Yes, West Indies will have an attacking field set and they'll be trying to attempt the batters to try and chase wide deliveries. I think what I would like to see is batters playing in the weave. We've seen a couple of shots trying to close the face of the bat. Initially, with the new ball moving, you don't want to do that. You want to see if it's there, fine, you play at it. If it's closer to you. If it's not, leave it to the keeper. Leave it to the keeper. That might just creep a little bit of frustration onto the bowlers. Survive the first hour, not to lose too many wickets early on.
And at the crease, Muminul Haq has all the experience, although his record in the Caribbean isn't very good. And Shahadad's only 22 years of age. Thank you very much, Sir Kirtley. Thank you very much to Atta Ali Khan. Of course, the West Indies batted well to declare 450. Bangladesh 40 for 2, still trailing by 410. Justin Graves will have a great night when he gets back to the hotel, only in terms of rest. So we will be on air at 9:45 a.m. local time for day 3 right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Weather permitting, we will start 15 minutes later. Well, we hope that you've enjoyed all the action here on day 2 of this first test match. Hopefully the weather is good for day 3. Hope you'll join us there. Dominance continues in the Caribbean. That is unbelievable. Dominance continues in the Caribbean.
Highlights of the action on day 2. It all began with Hassan Mahmood getting Joshua De Silva, and then in his next over picking up the important wicket of Alzari Joseph. Bangladesh would have been hoping at this stage they could restrict the West Indies to under 300, but Justin Graves and Kemar Roach had other ideas. A nice flick for Graves to get to his half-century, maiden half-century in Test cricket. And whilst there was controlled aggression and a lot of intensity between the wickets in this partnership, they did pick their moments well. 140 runs put on by Kemar Roach and Justin Graves. And Roach used his crease well, used the scoring areas well. And 3 short of 50 he fell for his best Test score. A brilliant delivery from Hassan Mahmood. But that did not deter Justin Graves from getting to his maiden Test match century. A special moment for the man from Barbados. And Jaden Seals came in and also got to his best Test match score before he was dismissed. And then Shamar Joseph with a few lusty blows to get the West Indies to 450 before they declared. And then it was an important spell of new ball bowling for Seals and for Kemar Roach. Zakir Hassan, nice battle hitting Jaden Seals for 3 boundaries through that backward point region before in the same over Seals had Zakir chopped on. And it was the first wicket of 2 to go for Bangladesh. Next was Joy, Hassan Joy, edging to slip. He was dropped earlier, and this time was taken by Alec Athene. So at the end of day 2, Bangladesh trailing by 410 runs. They are 40 for 2 with Joseph and Jaden Seals in the wickets and Shahadat Hossain as well as Muminul Haq at the crease.
Catch it! Oh, on the gap.
Yes, Justin, boy! Yes, Justin!
Catch it, Hassan, आराम से. Oh, on the gap.
Yes, Justin, boy! Yes, Justin!
Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Reeves has his maiden test match century coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Greaves has his maiden test match century, coming in 181 deliveries. A maiden test match century for Justin Greaves. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Greaves has his maiden test match century, coming in 181 deliveries. A maiden test match century for Justin Greaves.
Well deserving.
Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Greaves has his maiden test match century, coming in 181 deliveries. A maiden test match century for Justin Greaves. And gentlemen, Justin Greaves has his maiden test match century. Justin Greaves has his maiden test match century, coming in 181 deliveries. A maiden test match century for Justin Greaves.
Catch it, Hassan, आराम से. 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 Catch it, Hassan, आराम से.